I call to order this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. And in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we are gathered in the heart of the Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we're located in the Métis Nation of Alberta, District 4. I just want to note a couple of things. I was involved in the annual Banff National Park Planning Forum last week, and it was good to be around the table with various stakeholders, including representatives of it was 6 or 7 First Nations, which is really good, and I had a chance to sit next to and get to know the chief of the Piikani First Nation. And also, I would like to just extend congratulations to the Chiniki First Nation, as this Friday is the inauguration for Chief Young and his council, and I'll be attending that. The town is committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. As we are all treaty people, we each have ongoing responsibilities to protect and honor all life. Now turning to the agenda, are there any changes? Seeing none, I'll move approval of the agenda for March 5th, 2024 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're starting with a public hearing this morning. Now I'm just going to do a quick check. Is there anyone here that is gathered and intending to speak to the public hearing on Bylaw 2023-33? Okay, seeing none, I'll just ask Mr. Snyder to take note of that. I'll call you in a moment, but we can do the light version since we've all heard the presentation before. So I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2023-33. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the land use bylaw with respect to 8 direct control districts. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After this introduction, administration will make a presentation to set a context for the hearing. Council will have an opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. And then if there are any at that time who wish to speak, I will invite members of the public to speak, and there'll be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification. After anyone who presents, after anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will name those who have provided written submissions. And with that, let's move to administration's presentation. Mr. Schneider, good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. This is Bylaw 2023-33. This item was at council during the last regular meeting for first reading. Subsequent to the advertisement of the public hearing, we have not received any feedback from the public. So, just to reorient council, this bylaw is intended to devolve the development authority responsibilities where possible to administration, to the development officer, and to basically add a number of rules that will make these direct control bylaws function the same as a listed district. Council has the request for decision report from February within their package as well. So these are the districts. On the left is Canmore Collegiate. On the right is the Silvertip Trail Direct Control District. There's a number of districts on the left downtown. Mallard Alley Guest House, working from top to bottom. The Civic Center, TC1 Town Center, and the 7th Street Direct Control District. On the right is the Bridge Road Townhouse District, right at the river where the bridge is, aptly named. And then finally, the Spray Village Direct Control District. So, administration recommend, following the public hearing, that council give second and third reading to this bylaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none? Oh, there is. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Schneider. Thank you for your short presentation. When should DC districts come back to council? When would that be appropriate? You know, I don't want to see decks and those sorts of things come back to us, but at what point should we be paying attention to those ones?
Well, in other places where I've worked, when municipalities have done a general review of the land use bylaw to update the document as a whole, usually direct control districts are looked at that point in time, because direct control districts are passed and they're almost snapshots of the time in which they were originally approved. So it can be done. It can be done such as this, you know, in response to direction from council, or we can also do it as part of an overall upgrade or overhaul or review of a land use bylaw.
Maybe I need to clarify my question. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, I'm just going to double check. Is there anyone here who wishes to make a presentation or a statement with regards to this bylaw? Seeing no one, I'll then turn to the clerk to see if there are any written submissions.
Thank you. There were no written submissions received.
Written submissions. Okay, in that case then, with no other presentations, I will close this public hearing. Moving then to item D1, approval of minutes. Looking to the minutes of February 13th, are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll then move that we approve the minutes of February 13th, 2024 special meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item G1, the revised land use Bylaw Amendment 2023-33 Direct Control Districts, which we've just received a presentation on and had a public hearing. So I'm going to move directly to moving that council gives second reading to the revised land use Bylaw Amendment 2023-33 Direct Control Districts. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give third reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2023-33 direct control districts. And I will say a couple of words. I appreciate administration's work in bringing back this first set of direct control districts to really bring them up to speed. As Mr. Snyder had mentioned, these are passed at various times over time, and they'll have different nuances and wording depending on what was the practice of the day. But what we're trying to achieve here is gaining some streamlining and efficiency and certainty so that We know that a development officer is capable of determining whether there's a permitted use being applied for that should be approved, and it shouldn't have to then be set down at some future council agenda item and delay the project and put in additional time for the applicant and additional time for administration and additional time for council in a manner that is just not helpful. So call this a red tape reduction or whatever you like. This is one small step in streamlining some of these processes, and I look forward to the next batch that comes in due course. So I'll certainly support the motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item G2, Offsite Levy. Ms. Rogers and Ms. Smithers, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning again. Ms. Smithers and I will present to you the Offsite Levy Bylaw amendment that is being recommended, as well as a recommendation for second and third reading. So just a review of process. First reading of this bylaw came to you on February 13th. The MGA in section 606(1) outlines advertising period, which has been completed. That's required for 2 consecutive weeks following first reading. No petitions were received in response to that ad. I would flag, though, that an additional letter from BOTA was received on March 3rd, and council was copied on that letter. So second and third readings are being recommended today with the proposed amendment. Ms. Smithers will review, in response to the direction provided by council, administration's response to the BOTA letter dated February 9th. Then I'll do an overview for you of the amendments that are being proposed.
Good morning. This will just be a quick overview of our response because it was included in the agenda package. So there were 4 key issues raised by BOTA that we addressed in the letter. The first was our methodology for accounting for use of water, wastewater infrastructure from the MD of Bighorn. We explained that is handled through an offsite, or servicing agreements rather, and is outside of the levy discussions. There was a comment around methodology and a concern with compliance with the MGA in the work that the town has done. We would suggest there are differing interpretations of the MGA on this matter. The town has done a compliance check against the MGA. We do believe our work is compliant with the MGA, and we've also had some outside legal advice on that as well. So we are comfortable that we are compliant with the MGA. Regarding the Smith Creek Booster Station example, that one was, as I had said in the letter, unclear to us because that booster station has been shown as 100% attributable to growth in the work done by SEMA Plus. And to the extent that there is some storage capacity for Dead Man's Flats that is linked to that reservoir and booster station, as mentioned previously, it's accounted for in the servicing agreements. BOTA also identified a number of projects, I believe there were 10, where they were questioning the attribution, the cost allocation between benefit to new and existing areas. Administration did agree with the need to change the cost share allocation on one project, that's EX1, the Grassy Booster Station capacity, and that is to reflect the benefits to the existing area as well as design changes needed for that project. So that's a summary of our response to that letter.
So as Ms. Smithers mentioned, review of the letter and this Grassy Booster Station project resulted in a reduction of the costs attributable to growth for that project. The impact of that change, the developer share has dropped from 1.1 million to or 300,000, so a drop of 800,000. And the resulting net impact on total developer costs is that $800,000 over the 154.4 million, bringing that down to 153.6. So the changes that all of the tables included in your package reflect the change of this, an update of this one project. It's just a very complex calculation that has impacts on a number of different sections of the bylaw and tables in the bylaw. And that is our presentation. We would recommend, likely, there are some questions would be best answered in camera at your will.
Yeah, so
Mayor Krauser.
yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Rogers and Ms. Smithers. I do understand that there's potential questions that will reveal advice, proposal, or recommendation analysis or policy options and solicitor client privilege. So I am going to make a motion that we go in camera now. My motion is that council take the meeting in camera to prevent disclosure of information that could reasonably be expected to reveal advice, proposals, recommendation, analyses, or policy options to develop for the town in accordance with Section 24, Sub 1, Sub A of the Freedom of Information Protection Privacy Act, and also to prevent disclosure of information subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with Section 27, Sub 1, Sub A in accordance with the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so we're going to be going in camera. I'll ask everyone to clear the room, please, and we will open the doors again when we come out of camera. Okay, I'll look to the clerk to see if we're streaming again. Okay, we're streaming. Okay, we're back from being in camera. We are on item G2, offsite levy. I will look to council to see if there are any questions that they would have for administration. Seeing none, I'm going to move that council gives second reading to the offsite levy bylaw amendment 2024-01. And I'm going to make an amending motion that council amend offsite levy bylaw amendment 2024-01 in accordance with the recommended amendments set out in attachment 3. Speaking to that amendment, this is with respect to project EXW1. This was raised in the BOTA letter as a concern that the split was not correct, and having looked at it, administration is in agreement with that, and in fact chose a split that was even more beneficial to the developer community than was requested. Would anybody else like to speak to the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So now we have a second reading on the table as amended. And I will, Councillor Hillstead, you'd like to speak to the motion.
Yes, thank you. So I think we're trying to find a balance that fairly attributes costs to the development community and our ratepayers with this offsite levy bylaw. To me, this bylaw finds that balance. I thank BOTA for their concerns, but ultimately the timelines in which BOTA believes that additional consultation could occur is not easily achievable, as BOTA states. If they were, they would have been accomplished over these past couple of years and not now at the 11th hour. I do hope that BOTA, and for that matter, all ratepayers in Canmore realize that if we were to change our rates to what BOTA would like to see, that those lower development costs would hit each member of BOTA personally and every other ratepayer in Canmore, as those fees still need to be collected no matter the split. Years of work have been put into this bylaw, and I appreciate all the effort from both administration and BOTA, and I understand that there's not agreement, but I do believe this is an appropriate bylaw, and I will support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I also will support the bylaw. Without a doubt, it's a much better situation if we have BOTA supporting the offsite levy bylaw. But when I take a look at it, especially when I look at the projects that were raised as a concern, of the 10, one was accepted by the town. It looks to me like W2 is 100% attributable to growth, and BOTA acknowledged that, but wants a portion allocated to the Dead Man's Flats, but this project will not benefit Dead Man's Flat, as its water storage capacity is satisfied through 2 other projects. Similarly with W8. Then with S2 and S5, there's a suggestion from BOTA that there should be something attributed to DMF, but water from, that's incorrect, as water from the DMF does not flow through that project. And then with S3 and S4, BOTA suggests allocation to the DMF for both, and but they already do. Both the town and, for both and the town for S4, but they already do. So that leaves 3 projects that the requested reduction totals $5.8 million, and that's a reduction in the allocation to developers. When I look at the overall allocation of $153,600,000 to developers, that, in my mind, says that there's 96.22% agreement on this bylaw, and it's only in the last 3.78% that there's disagreement. So would there be a benefit in delaying this to have further discussions when there's been 2 years of engagement? I'm not certain that we're going to get to a different result. It seems to me that there's a methodology difference, and you've got to go down path A or path B. And it seems to me that it's not something that could be negotiated closer together and merge those paths. They're different paths. So I think we are where we are. As Councillor Hillstad pointed out, ultimately we need to make sure that this is a fair split between developers and ratepayers. And I believe that the MGA requirements and regulations have been met, and that you can't just haphazardly change a number because it has to be consistent throughout. And ultimately, I believe that any of that allocation, when we already have a methodology that meets the requirements, would be ultimately paid for by all the ratepayers in their utility bills. And so I believe that this is a good bylaw, and I will be supporting it. Anybody else wish to speak to the bylaw? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm glad that we've given this some time and had the opportunity to respond to voters' concerns in a public manner. I, too, am really quite surprised as to how close we got, 96%. I don't even agree with my husband 96% of the time, and I share a house with him. So I think that that's pretty amazing, and I agree that the town of Canmore really needs to ensure that we are being fair to the development industry, but we need to protect our ratepayers too. And so every dollar counts right now in terms of affordability. And so I'll be supporting this bylaw. Thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will also be supporting this bylaw. A lot of work's been put into this, a lot of analysis. I've heard what administration has come back with, and it seems like the quality of work there is relevant and thoughtful. So much to what Councillor McCallum was saying, at the end of the day, I really feel that growth has to pay for growth. And what we're trying to work here is we're kind of navigating that fine line where existing ratepayers are paying their fair share, and at the same time, developers as well. And so, because of that, I feel we've met that balance, and I'll be voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give third reading to Offsite Levy Bylaw Amendment 2024-01. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to item H1, Labor Market Recruitment and Retention Strategy Update.
Oh, okay. Valid, right?
Okay. Ms. McClett, welcome to council.
Good morning, Mayor Crouser and members of council. Eleanor McClett, Manager of Economic Development, for public record. Here today to bring to you the Labour Market Recruitment and Retention Strategy. That work was approved by council in 2022. At the time, we were also successful in obtaining a $50,000 grant from the province of Alberta to accompany the work around labour market recruitment and retention. This predates the pandemic, but one of the things that became very evident as we worked into recovery is the depth of the issues that our community is facing, and can we be more strategic in how we approach that subject. So we worked with our project partners, and I'm just going to name a few. So the Banff Canmore Job Resource Centre, Bow Valley Builders and Developer, Bow Valley Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Canmore Improvement Area, Tourism Canmore Kananaskis. We had internal candidates or internal departments from Municipal, Community Social Development, Human Resources, and our GM joined us for the last little bit as we had some staff turnover in one of the departments, and of course economic development. And through that process, we hired a consulting firm, the Ballard Group, to lead the work on behalf of the Project Steering Committee. And so with me here today and presenting on the topic is our Assad Bhatti, a senior associate, right behind me. Aaron Critch, also senior associate and responsible for the comms component. And of course, their internal project sponsor, Colin Critch, sitting in the back. And just like we saw staff turnover, they saw staff turnover. And so it was a little bit longer to get this work to you, but hopefully we'll learn a thing or two about local statistics and a path forward on how we can work collaboratively with community, all levels of government and businesses to start addressing labor market recruitment and retention. So I'm passing it over to Assad.
Great, thank you very much.
Or Aaron, sorry.
Mr. Critch, Mr. Bhatti, and Mr. Critch, welcome
Yes,
to council. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mayor Krausert. Good morning, councillors. I will start us off for the next few minutes. Firstly, before we begin, I want to acknowledge and give thanks to the Indigenous people of these lands. As noted at the beginning of this morning's session, the town of Canmore is located on Treaty 7 land in the traditional territories of the Stoney Nakoda, including the Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Goodstoney First Nations, the Blackfoot Confederacy, which includes the Siksika, Piikani, Kainai, and the Tsuut'ina, and it is also the homeland of the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. So we wish to thank these people for their continued respect for our ancestral and continued ties to these lands, and also in the context of a project such as this, I'd like to thank the people of those nations for their contribution to the labor force in the community as well. Just a quick whistle-stop tour of the things we'll cover. I'll take us through the first few items of the agenda up through 1 through 4 or 5, just a bit of background to the project before handing over to my colleague who will take us through some of the findings. Firstly, a little bit about our company. We're very proudly located in several communities in Alberta on Treaty 6, 7, and 8 territory, and in the Métis Nation of Alberta Regions 3, 4, and 6, with offices in Calgary, Edmonton, Red Deer, Whitecourt, and Grand Prairie, so all over the province. And we primarily work with municipalities, First Nations, Métis governments and communities, and also partners in the public and private sectors across Canada. And we primarily provide services in consulting areas such as economic development, community development, and business services, with a range of offerings within those. Firstly, I know Eleanor's already taken us through some of these names, but to acknowledge the contribution of the many people from representing the organizations here in Canmore, including 3 members of the town staff, representatives from Tourism Canmore, Kananaskis, the BIA, the Chamber, BODA, the Job Resource Centre, and also, of course, the province as funders. So the objectives of the project from the start, as set out by the town, were to gather inputs and insights from all impacted stakeholders regarding their interests and concerns as they relate to labor market needs, growth, and sustainability, to contribute to the development of accurate and localized data sets on various labor market performance measures, inform the development of actionable recommendations associated with labor market recruitment, retention, and skill development, to keep impacted stakeholders informed about the project from planning to completion, and lastly, to align with the town's public engagement policy, as there was, of course, a significant public engagement component to the work. Just some highlights of the engagement. We had very good coverage within the community based on the contact data that we had. So we surveyed 168 businesses out of the approximately 600 in the town's business registry. So that was equal to 24% of businesses in the community. We had 399 labor market participants complete the survey, and that survey was primarily administered through the My Canmore platform, so that was everybody visiting the town space as well, which I think is a positive benefit for the community and the town. We did 25 in-depth interviews with various business owners throughout the community, and we sought recommendations from members of the committee for particular businesses to speak with, and sought a mixture of businesses that would be small, medium, large size, various industries, so sought good coverage there as well. And then lastly, we completed several in-depth interviews with each of the project steering committee members. A little bit of information about our coverage ratio amongst some of the really key sectors within the town. So we talked to 50% of registered businesses or employers in healthcare and social assistance, 38% in retail, 29% in construction, and lastly, 27% in accommodation and food services. So those groups give a good synopsis of a lot of where the primary economic action happens in Canmore. All right, and I will hand over to my colleague, Assad.
Perfect. Thank you, Erin, and thank you, Council, for having us. So as Erin just mentioned, a lot of the information that we gathered for this report primarily came from engagement, and a lot of it came from analysis as well, looking at secondary data that's available to understand the full picture of what's going on in Canmore when it comes to labor. So along with engagement, we had conducted, as I just mentioned, secondary analysis, and a lot of different metrics were looked at: GDP that Canmore is producing, the major industries in Canmore, major employers, things like that. As an example, the information you see on the slide here are the shortages and vacancies that we saw when we were analyzing the data in Canmore. So as you can see, the vacancy rate in Canmore was over the national average in Q2 of 2022 at 8.3%. It continued to be fairly high at 11.2% at the start of 2023. Obviously, this is the impacts of COVID and on tourism and so on and so forth. And the hardest hit sectors were accommodation and food services, retail, trade, and arts, entertainment, and recreation. These are expected to be the most affected, as they typically staff more people. They have more requirement for human capacity than other industries. So it makes sense that when there's a lot of vacancy, they're the most impacted. What we had done then, taking all this information, is that we analyzed it and we came up with the themes that are affecting Canmore's labor market. These themes were grouped on, again, the engagement as well as the analysis that was conducted. And now we have a firm understanding of, well, these are the issues, and now we can come up with recommendations that can address these issues. So getting into the themes and recommendations, the first one was training and employee development. So what this was looking at was saying that from our engagement, from the analysis that we've done, we have seen that training is probably something that can be improved amongst the labor market in Jasper. The labor market in Canmore. So we can look at seeing how can employees be better trained, how can it be better communicated, the different skill sets that communities need in their community in Canmore. And so we had come up with a set of different recommendations that address these things. So resource development and raising awareness were some of the recommendations talked to. These are things such as, utilizing web pages more, utilizing existing resources more, undertaking initiatives to promote and create awareness about a lot of the things that are already being done. For example, through existing training facilities and educational programs that are available regionally across the Bow Valley. We'd also want to talk about stakeholder partnerships that enhance capabilities, so working more with training institutions and other institutions that could help bring that skill set to the level it needs to be, so that the employers in Canmore have all of the resources that they need out of the workers that they're employing. We also want to look at education and dissemination on best practices as well as funding. So as everyone's aware, funding is obviously something that everyone is always out for. We want to make sure that there's a recommendation speaking on how funding can be acquired to address a lot of the needs that the employers are facing in Canmore. And we also want to talk about how there's an opportunity for education and dissemination. There's a lot of things training-wise that are available either locally, regionally, provincially, or federally that might not just be well known by somebody who's running a restaurant, running a cafe. They don't have the time to do that research themselves, for example. So making those resources readily available and making sure there's awareness campaigns on that were part of the themes of what we had looked at when we were looking at training and employee development. The next theme we looked at was sourcing skills from external markets. So this is where we're looking at kind of the Canadian solution, or the primary Canadian solution to our labor market needs, which is sourcing workers from outside of Canada, but as well as from outside of Canada, outside of Canmore, regionally, from other provinces, whatever it may be. And so when we were looking at this, we thought about partnerships that could enhance job marketing efforts, whether that's marketing that's done to, for example, let's say youth who would benefit a lot perhaps from the lifestyle that Canmore can provide, or advertising perhaps even abroad to see the different opportunities that are available in Canmore for people who are coming into Canada. This is something that we wanted to really highlight as one of the kind of what some of the recommendations speak to. We also wanted to talk about using government programming to support recruitment. So obviously Canmore is not the only place that's looking to get workers from either external markets, whether that's external to Canmore itself or external to Canada. And so using government programming and government resources, provincially or federally, to ensure that Canmore has a fair stake of the labor that is coming in is something that we also wanted to speak to in the report. And then supports and networks for newcomers. So one of the big things that affect whether or not newcomers come to a community or whether they stay in a community is whether or not they have the supports that are available, whether they feel that they are able to fit in culturally, you could say. So making sure those supports are available, those networks exist, and facilitating them will really help to ensure that not only are people coming to Canmore, but they can also stay in Canmore and provide a more permanent solution to the labor market rather than temporary fill-ins. The next thing we looked at was supporting workplace culture. So this is both a mix of culture in the sense of HR practices and corporate culture, you could say, but also things like different operating procedures and manuals and processes that should be implemented that will just help a business run more efficiently. As I mentioned before, a lot of the business owners that we spoke to and what we saw from our analysis, these business owners, small and medium sized, they often don't have the time to think about these things. As you can imagine, whenever you have to think about operating procedures, that takes away time from actually running your business or expanding your business or doing your day-to-day operations. So what we had looked at when we were looking at this is sharing best practices again, making sure those resources are readily available, just easily accessible is going to be going far in terms of addressing that gap that currently exists. Collaborative efforts to support cultural development in the workplace. So, for example, there are different programs that could be accessed that we have encouraged local businesses to essentially sign up for, which would allow them access to these tools and resources and also help them develop their different practices in the HR space. And then benchmarking and promoting success stories. So this is, of course, like a little bit of a marketing piece. If you are able to measure the impact of different HR practices and also are able to market the success stories, then that helps other businesses feel like, oh, this is something that I can do myself, and also it helps with your marketability, showing that you are a good employer in Canmore and somebody who someone wants to work for. We then went into integrating productivity enhancing technology. So this is one that we had looked at, seeing that, okay, there's a lot of accommodation and food services, there's a lot of retail trade, for example. How can technology be used better to ensure that productivity is at its closest to its maximum efficiency? So when we were looking at this, we were looking at the different programs that are available that could help fund productivity enhancing technology, as well as the different resources available, as with the other themes that you've seen. And so again, education on the benefits of integrating new technologies, what it means if you integrate this technology, what productivity you can see, how you can measure that, was something that we had looked at. Raising awareness and relevant funding streams. So again, just making sure people are aware of the different funding that is available, making sure that they don't think that the costs are completely on the business. There are different things that can help support grant and loan programs that can help increase your technological productivity. Using tools to measure performance, because it's really good to, while it's really good to access these funds and implement these technologies, it's also really important to make sure it's actually having a marginal or significant impact rather than something that you don't have any idea at all about how it's helping you. And then gauging the feasibility of upgrades. So before you even do that, understanding what upgrades make sense and whether or not they're feasible from a financial standpoint, productivity standpoint, timeline standpoint, so on and so forth. So our recommendations in this space are circling around those sort of sub-themes, you could say. Then we looked at developing social infrastructure. So a lot of our research in this place pointed to childcare, which I know Canmore is already working a lot on. But this was one of the spaces that the research showed is something that is impacting the labor market, both from employers, of course, and as well as employees. If childcare isn't available, that can sometimes affect their ability to be impactful in the labor market. So sharing information and resources, again, was something that we had talked about. Promoting childcare as a career path, this kind of ties into what we had mentioned before with training and education. So partnering with different institutions that could maybe create a credit program that could help encourage people to go into childcare programs and childcare professions that could help, again, take care of the vacancies that we see in this space in Canmore. Attracting healthcare professionals through different mechanisms to make sure that those skill sets are available in Canmore. And of course, researching education gaps and integrating programs that address those gaps. So this is a matter of where the information and analysis that we were able to do helps look at the overall theme, the bird eye level of what's going on, but it's clear that more detailed research, more very structured, specific research might be required to really understand how to best address different gaps that are identified through that research. And as we get further down into these last two themes, these are the ones where these themes, cost of living and then housing, which I'll go over, are, of course, issues which impact Canmore in a wide variety of ways, but we had looked at these just in terms of how they're affecting the labor market. Again, they were brought up in engagement, we've seen it in our analysis, but we wanted to ensure that when we're looking at this, we're keeping in mind that we're running a labor market strategy, not trying to address the overall issue, whatever it may be in Canmore. So when it came to managing the cost of living, we had identified that there were a lot of existing programs in Canmore that are doing great work when it comes to helping with the cost of living that Canmore might see, different employees in Canmore. So continuing those programs, continuing support for those programs is key to ensure that this problem, for example, doesn't get worse or doesn't get exacerbated in its impact on the labor market. Endeavoring for better supports from provincial and federal governments for workers. For example, you'll see in the recommendation some commentary on the Northern Living Allowance and seeing if that's something that could be provided, some sort of alternative for people who are working in the Bow Valley or in tourism-heavy communities, because they face similar impact in terms of the cost of living that they might face. And then raising awareness on local programs that address cost of living. So again, just making sure that both employers and employees are aware of the different programs that are available and the different accessibility, the different things that are accessible to them that can help address the challenges that they're facing. And lastly, considering the housing needs of the workforce. So this is, again, something where we were looking at housing specifically and how it impacts the labor market and making recommendations that we feel would be impactful to the labor market in Canmore. So continued development of the action plans, studies, and resources. I know that, for example, that the town has worked with CMHC in the HAF fund that has looked at needs assessments and things like that, strategies. So continued development of those resources, updates to those resources, which I'm sure is part of already your various strategic plans, is going to be really impactful just to understanding the issues of housing, particularly as they affect Canmore. Working with businesses and the community to better market available housing. This is done through things such as creating a network of available business units that could help create an inventory of understanding what's available for different employees to access. And then promotion of housing development, particularly affordable housing, because a lot of employees in Canmore who are facing the difficulties of housing are going to be needing housing which is more affordable, more attainable, you could say, for the income that they are receiving. And then so thank you for having us and for letting us do our presentation. I think I might pass it back to Eleanor.
So before I open it up to council for questions, please note that the recommendations are not in order of priority. If there's one thing that we already know as a community is that housing is our key challenge in retention and attraction of labor force, and the Project Steering Committee by no means diminishes that by presenting that last. However, this was not a housing action plan, and we had to focus on things that we could control, and housing was felt to be a little bit outside of our control area or the focus of the work in front of you. We have a session at 3 p.m. with the business community to report back on our learnings. And in a 115-page report, there's a lot of data sets as to what backs up why the recommendations were forward. I think key to this is that it's a partnership, it's collaborative, it's not just on the town to solve, it's part of Canmore Business Alliance, so the business support entities, businesses itself, other levels of government, and it will take a partnership to address the challenges, and it's not a quick fix. But I'll open it up for questions to the ballot group.
Thank you very much, Ms. McClett, and thank you to the representatives from Ballard. This is a very interesting report, very comprehensive. I love all the recommendations, and what I really love is it spreads around, as Ms. McClett was speaking to, spreads around who could be the lead on that, and recognizing that there are multiple stakeholders and we all have a role to play in addressing this issue. And with respect to housing, we certainly have that very much on our radar, and we're taking a lot of steps forward in that regard. So that is also moving well. So I will, with that thanks, I will look to council to see if there are any particular questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you all for your presentation. I'm sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties up here. My computer just restarted, so I'm trying to make do. We'll see. I too thought this was an excellent report, and one that the business community at large should be leveraging as best they can. There was a lot of nuggets in here that I thought our business community can really look forward to, as well as our labor community. One question I did have was around the council strategic plan. We looked at livability and we looked at relationships, but we didn't look at our third pillar. And I wondered what the methodology behind that was.
So you're referencing comments around the environmental.
Yeah, environmental initiatives have cost-benefit analysis and have impacts. We look at sustainability of tourism within our community. Why was that lens not applied?
I don't know if I have an answer to that question, in all honesty. I think sustainability, I don't think there was a direct, that was really brought up in discussions, kind of looking at the project steering committee. Assad, maybe you have comments on that? Yeah.
No, for sure. So just as Eleanor has mentioned, when we were doing our analysis and our engagement, it was not one of the primary drivers, at least that occurred during discussion. And so while the other two pillars, I would say it wasn't even the purposeful, I guess, relation to them. It was more so that came up a lot in our discussion with engagement and in our analysis. While, of course, environmental stewardship and sustainability is key to a community such as Canmore to ensure tourism, for example, thrives as it's a major driver of the local economy. It was just not one of the discussion points that we had seen when we were conducting engagement in our analysis. So recognizing the importance of it, absolutely, but in terms of the relation to the labor market research that we were doing, it just wasn't one of the discussion points that was generated from it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for the great report, guys. Tons of info here. Going through it the other day, something that I found really interesting when I was looking on, say, you look at one hand the employer's thoughts, and on the other side the workforce opinions. There's one on staff accommodation and benefits, where it says 77% of employers stated that not offering a comm to staff was a top barrier to hiring workers. And then you flip to a different part of the report where you're getting the perspective of, say, people that are looking for work. And there's a chart where one of the questions was, what are the factors that affect your decision to take a job? And when it came to free or subsidized accommodation, it didn't seem to be as high of a need. So I'm trying to understand, is there a thing where perhaps people that want to work, they want housing, but perhaps not directly through their employer? Any thoughts towards that piece?
start. It's possible my colleague may have something to add, but I would note that in the engagement summary with the statistics, what we did see that is that when you factor out people who already had stable accommodation, so people who are homeowners or long-term residents, the numbers for, if you sort of cross-reference those questions, it would jump up. Then suddenly it would be a higher priority amongst those who are in slightly more precarious circumstances or in a shorter, have been in Canmore for a shorter period of time. So those questions as presented are just the whole pool of respondents. It does change slightly.
Okay, well, yeah, because that's helpful to understand, because at a moment that seemed a little counterintuitive, counterintuitive to me, but when you remind me that, okay, there are people in this survey that do have stable housing,
yes,
that's not even an issue for them, because you either have housing or you don't.
Right.
And so on the flip side, so the lens of staff accommodation could still very well be an important thing to help with our employment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good question, and thank you for that answer. Looking to council to see if there are any other questions. Councillor Mera.
This is just a out of their question. In your key themes under housing, you have 48% of respondents between the ages of 15 and 24. Were the 15s living at home? Do we know anything about the 15-year-olds, or how many, or it just seemed like a out of the box for employees and housing and down the road?
No, I do absolutely agree. The age brackets that we use are pulled from Statistics Canada. 15 to 24 is one of them. So I agree. I am going to guess, educated guess, that 15-year-olds are probably not the primary respondents to the long census. But that's just the age bracket, which contains what we would call, say, the younger demographic, which we did want to capture when we're looking at the housing needs.
Okay, thank you. And I know that would apply to when it's like future living in Canmore, that number would be, or that age group would be in that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Or maybe it's half of them thought that they were not satisfactorily accommodated because mom and dad were too oppressive.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your time here today and for all of this work. I think it's going to be one of those things that is going to be referenced by many, including myself, over the coming time. So thank you. So I will move that Council accept the labour market recruitment and retention strategy update for planning purposes. I think I've already spoken to it, that I think that this is a useful tool and will spark much discussion and hopefully much action by multiple stakeholders. So would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank administration. I believe this was a recommendation that came out of the task force that we had during the pandemic, economic. Thank you. And some of the recommendations that came out of this were already recognized through the task force, like the childcare piece, housing, workplace culture, et cetera. So, but this just definitely reaffirms what a group of non-experts around that table thought that day. And so I'm grateful for the work, and hopefully this helps a lot of our business community moving forward in positioning themselves for success. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy it's going to be the subject of conversation at the upcoming business meetings. I think that'll be good fodder for many discussions, probably. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, thanks to admin for helping with this report. And again, for the quality of the report, I think one of the big pieces, one of the big takeaways I had was this report states we have a current deficit within the Bow Valley here in Canmore of 600 to 650 positions. So that's a serious number, and it really lends credence to us as a council to continue driving our strategic plan for all our pillars. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we've got our next one is item H2, I've been advised there's no presentation on this because it's more of an administrative matter. Councillor Faubert has requested that others be appointed for her term this year as deputy mayor, and so we sought volunteers, and their names are there. So I'm just going to move directly to the motion. The council approved the revised deputy mayor schedule for March and April 2024 as follows. March 2024, Councillor Mara. April 2024, Councillor Ma. Is there any discussion around that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving now to item H3, municipal election sign options. Mr. Mackay, good morning.
Good morning. I know Ms. Miller was hoping to be here today, but isn't able to, so you've got me for election sign bylaw direction. So, we've been here before talking about election signs and associated bylaw. And I'm here today to ask for some clarification so that we're preparing amendments that fit the intent of the motion that you approved in the fall. So motion 240-2023 directed us to prepare an election sign bylaw that restricts municipal election signage to private property for 4 public locations recommended by administration where a candidate may place 1 sign, and prepare an amendment to the town's land use bylaw to remove the political campaign signs section. When we go to the land use bylaw, the political campaign signs section lists temporary signs used for a variety of campaigns and elections. So our concern is that if we were to remove this, then we would have a bylaw that governs municipal election signs, but all of these other election signs would have no parameters associated with them, which didn't seem to fit the discussion that council had on the item. So with that, we're recommending that council rescind motion 240-2023, which requires a 2/3 vote, 2/3 majority, and either direct us to prepare an election sign bylaw that restricts political campaign signs, the ones listed currently in the land use bylaw, and as part of that, amend the town's land use bylaw to remove that political campaign sign section, as we'll have a standalone bylaw that performs that function. Or, if you wish to only regulate municipal election signs, we can prepare a bylaw to do that as well. We would simply then amend the town's land use bylaw to strike out municipal under the definition of political campaign signs in the land use bylaw.
Can I stop you right there?
You bet.
I'm wondering, because we need to deal with this in chunks, and I want to gauge council on this. So I'm wondering if we can deal with this chunk first, and I would just like to ask council if they have any questions on this portion, and also if you, or speak to if you have a preference, because then I'm going to gauge what is said and put forward the amendment that matches what I think council would like to see. So does anybody have questions or preferences they'd like to speak to? Councillor Graham.
When we talk about political campaign signs, would that go as far as things like Alberta Parks, or help your Alberta nurses, or stop TSMV, or whatever you want to? Are those political signs?
On public property?
On public property, yeah.
That's a good question. I'm unsure if there's a different definition in the land use bylaw that would regulate signs, I would say, around initiatives or
sure.
to sway public opinion as opposed
Aren't on public property that's only during a campaign, a declared campaign, and then they have to be removed within 48 hours following the campaign?
I don't have the specifics off the top of my head.
Yeah,
I am
yeah.
aware there are regulations around timing.
Yeah, yeah.
So as long as we're in that time period, then
With time period, I think you could post those in public, but for the most part, I think the signs that you're talking about usually appear on private property.
typically they do. I'm just curious.
Just 1 second, Councillor McCallum.
My apologies. I think we're talking about municipal versus other orders of government.
Yeah.
That is what we're talking about, and we're talking about municipal land versus provincial land, which is very different. So public property is like an overarching term for municipal and provincial, and currently, provincial, you know, we've seen signs go on those lands bigger because we don't have jurisdiction over that as far as I know, but that's my 2 cents.
Okay.
That's what I've been told in the past.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McCallum, continue.
Oh, so I want to know why an election, why one of the options isn't an election sign bylaw that restricts political campaign signs to private property, period.
I mean, we could receive that direction,
Yeah.
certainly. We sought to mirror the motion that was provided previously, and so didn't take a step to remove the 4 locations that council identified in the approved motion.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have a preference as to all political campaign signs or just municipal?
I have a preference to all political campaign signs and none on public property, not even 4.
Okay, so you can bring an amendment if you like at that point. Mr. Mackay is correct that it's, with this is about getting clarity, and so this is just carrying forward on what was actually approved through motion 240-2023. Okay. Ms. Smithers, do you have a comment?
I was just going to add that I believe the location of 4 locations in town was added when this item was first brought forward.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so, okay. Councillor Hillstad, you have a question or a preference? to speak to?
Just the preference part. I would, again, restrict all political campaign signs just for ease and clarity, because again, I think it muddies the water if we just do municipal and then leave the section. So, first option, I guess.
Councillor Faubert?
I would support the motion to rescind, but I'm not prepared to support any of the motions to restrict election signage on public property. I don't think this is a priority or a problem in need of a solution. I appreciate the work done to date, but that's where I'm at.
Okay, that's fair. Councillor Ma?
I'll be similar to Councillor Hillstad here, restrict political campaign signs to private property except for 4 locations across the whole political spectrum, so municipal, federal, and provincial elections.
Okay. Anybody else have a question or preference? I think I know where I'm going for the first 2. Okay, so Mr. Mackay, you can have a seat if you like, and we'll just deal with our first 2 motions, and then we'll get you to present the last one. Appreciate that. Thank you. So I'm going to first move that we rescind motion 240-2023. I will support that motion due to the clarity that is being sought, I think is essential for the work to move forward, and the previous motion did not provide that clarity. So anybody else wishing to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Based on what I heard, I'm going to choose the 1A as the motion I put forward next, and that is to direct administration to prepare, 1, an election sign bylaw that restricts political campaign signs to private property except for 4 public property locations where a candidate may place 1 sign in each location, and 2, an amendment to the town's land use bylaw to remove the political campaign signs section. Looking to see if Councillor McCallum.
I'd like to make an amendment, please.
Okay.
I would like to remove the words, except for 4 public property locations recommended by administration where a candidate may place 1 sign.
Okay, so I think for this motion, what you're looking to do is amend, except for 4 public property locations where a candidate may place 1 sign in each location.
Sure.
And then, if that's then removed, it makes, if it is successful, then it makes our next motion moot, and I won't proceed further about the locations. Okay, and would you like to speak to that motion?
My pleasure. So I've been talking about this since 2013, and it has taken 11 years for us to get to the point where we're actually considering not proliferating our community with unneeded visual clutter as well as the environmental impact. I understand and I hear oh, well, we can recycle those things. It still requires energy to recycle those signs. And the bottom line is that if you as a candidate are serious about actually putting your name forward as a councillor, you will go knock doors. Or you will find other more modern, less intrusive, less cluttering, less littering ways to actually get your message across and provide your vision to the people of Canmore. And you know what, Councillor Faubert, I agree. I feel like we've been talking about this forever. There were better times that we could have, but we just keep kicking this can down the road term after term because we're all too chicken. Either current candidates, yes, okay. Some people are chicken to actually.
I don't think that that's still appropriate. Just make your point, please.
Self-protectionist to actually consider that it is our name and our work and our reputation that gets us elected, not the proliferation of signage throughout our community. And I understand it's just 4 signs, but it's just, anybody can put a sign on public property. It takes you going to individuals in our community and asking them to judge the work that you've done over the last term or the work that you're going to do in the coming term and to agree with your vision for them to put a sign up on their private property and own you as their own. And so I ask my colleagues to consider this. I would remind you that just as easily as it's taken out of the land use bylaw, it can be reinserted in the land use bylaw down the road. And so I just think that we see other municipalities like the town of Banff, they don't permit, well, actually, it's not that they don't permit, they just don't do it culturally. And so why can't we adopt that particular culture of not necessarily putting signs out that aren't needed? That's the end of me banging on my drum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstad.
I will support your amendment. Back in the day, I wouldn't have. But after, we've seen enough elections now where, somebody has a crazy amount of signs and it doesn't do them any good anyway. So, and then there's other people that have almost no signs and, they do just fine. So to me, the signs, it's a way to get your name out there, but at the same time, going and knocking on some doors and asking to put your sign up does have more of an impact. So, and again, it's still an even playing field because everyone's got to follow the same rules. So it's not like we're making it an advantage for someone over someone else because, again, you still got to go knock on that door, which, personally, I hate asking people to put a sign up in their yard, and I generally didn't do it because I didn't want to go ask. I had a few people put them up, but that was it. And so again, there's other ways to get your name out there. You can throw your phone number out there and that might do anything either. So, but no, I will support this. Again, like as stated, it could come out, could we put it back in later? I think taking it out of the land use bylaw is appropriate and, having it as its own separate bylaw, because, land use bylaw is too long as it is anyways in some cases, so I'm happy with removing that either way, but I will support the amendment.
Councillor Ma.
Would you make a friendly amendment for one sign?
Why?
I was just kidding. I think you bring up some interesting points. I'm going to listen to see what the other councillors feel about this one, but I do think you have some good points there. So thank you.
Councillor Mara.
Thank you. I don't think I'll be supporting your amendment. I appreciate you bringing it forward. My reasoning is also, you can have 100 signs on private property also, but I think the opportunity for people who may not, and I know people can think opposite, is if you're new to the community and if you want to have some input or impact on your community, there are maybe, in being shy, as Councillor Hillstead has said, he's not uncomfortable of knocking on doors and asking for that. And I think there's other things that we can, I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for, but I would not support this right now. That's where I'm going.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Faubert. Just a second. There we go.
Sorry,
there we go.
I messed it up. I'm not going to support the amendment. I understand the perspective, and I really appreciate the amount of pride and care for the community and what our community looks like and the stewardship of our environment that is behind of this principled approach and this direction for this change. I just don't think that we should be eliminating completely the ability for those seeking public office to use signage on public property. I think that that has been, I'm not opposed to challenging the status quo, but I think that that has been a norm within our democracy for a long time. Personally, I don't think it looks good, but I also don't, at the time of an election, impose, I don't think it's supposed to look good, right? Because it's temporary. And I think that while there could be some environmental savings from eliminating signs from campaigns completely, my gut also tells me that people will then use their money in other ways that use different resources. For example, newspapers and mailouts require both paper, ink, transportation, and then delivery. It's different than the signs, but there's still, no matter what we do as candidates in a political campaign, there is a greenhouse gas effect because we are creating consumable goods for a temporary purpose, no matter what we do. Even if we have a website, there has to be a server somewhere running on energy with air conditioning in order to host that website. And so on the balance of options out there, I think that as candidates, what we choose to invest in our campaigns says a lot about us. And we can, as candidates, have very principled approaches and be very successful. And that works. And then I think I'm not there on this one, and these are the things that go through my mind when I think about this potential change and whether or not it actually accomplishes some of the goals that making this change, it sounds like the intention behind it is. And so I would rather have some limited signage than no signage. And I'll stop talking now. And then the other thing the other thing I wanted to say is earlier, I felt like I physically reacted to what was being said, and I wanted to also apologize for that in case that came across as inappropriate to anyone. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham?
You convinced me. I had was having a small dilemma with where we were going to put these 4 locations.
Right.
Who got to pick them?
Right.
Who they were advantageous to or not advantageous to, and I appreciate your principal approach today, Councillor McCallum.
Mayor Crosser, your thoughts?
I was going to say, what's your thought?
Who goes next?
I'm not a big fan of signs on public property. And I've talked to Councillor McCallum about this many times over the years. And I am very much of the opinion that you need to have a strong private property presence in order to do well. And I've self-limited myself on public property to never have more on public property than I had on private. And I'm fine with us not having any on public property. And so I would support the proposed amendment. Councillor Mott?
This is great conversation across the board. I know the other day, Councillor Graham and I were talking about how, like the 4 locations thing gets a little complicated. Like if we as the council pick the 4 locations, it can be perceived as like, whoa, well, there's some sort of skew that benefits, existing councillors. Then on the flip side, it's like administration, you guys are tasked with finding 4 spots. That's also, it's subjective, and that's prone to that potential conflict as well. So I think you might have convinced me here.
Councillor Faubert?
Well, I mean, like, it's literally like the most high traffic places in town. It's not, no one gets it, like, it's literally 4 intersections. So I don't know what kind of subjectivity is there, because you can literally do a traffic count and get the 4 biggest intersections in our community. Be quite simple.
Good point. Good point. Anybody else like to speak to the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The amending motion is carried with Councillors Mera and Faubert opposed. So we have a revised motion then, and I'm just going to read it here, that direct administration to prepare an election sign bylaw that restricts political campaign signs to private property, and to an amendment to the town's land use bylaw to remove the political campaign signs section. Would anybody like to speak to the main motion now?
I don't want to jinx it.
Just don't make it.
Councillor McCallum?
I promise to not be smug.
Councillor Graham?
I think this one has been a long time coming, and we talk about being bold, and we talk about being principled sometimes. And when we talked about this several months ago, I thought limiting to 4 was pretty bold. It was, especially compared to what we had been doing in the past. But I appreciate Councillor McCallum putting that motion forward, and I actually hadn't thought about supporting that until right now. So I appreciate you putting a good argument together.
Yep. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion on the table? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And the motion is carried with Councillor Mera and Councillor Faubert opposed. Okay, and so then that makes the rest moot, since we no longer have the 4 locations, and so we will not deal with either of those. So thank you, Mr. Mackay, for stepping in for Ms. Miller. And is that the same case for the last one? Okay, then we'll move to the last one, and then we're going to be breaking for lunch. And this is item H4, Alberta Community Partnership Grant, Integrated Emergency Response Framework for Mass Violence, Mass Casualty, and Mass Fatality Incidents. Definitely what you want to have before lunch.
Might suggest that we never want to have.
No, exactly. No, we do want a emergency response framework. Yeah. We hope it's never used. Yeah.
Absolutely. So council was made aware of this successful grant application that the town of Banff made to support the development of this program, as well as offer training opportunities in the January Cal meeting. There was correspondence attached there. And so I'm back today to provide the recommendation that council approve the town of Canmore's participation in the Alberta Community Partnership Grant funded project led by the town of Banff for an integrated emergency response framework for mass violence, mass casualty, and mass fatality incidents, which is a requirement of the grant.
All right.
Grant structure and approvals, as I mentioned, the town of Banff submitted a successful application. The town of Banff will be the lead on the work. However, the town of Canmore is a large stakeholder as the other large municipality that will be participating. And the grant requires council's approval in order to participate. What is the project? It really is broken down into three components. There'd be the development of a training program, and that's really primarily aimed at first responders so that they have a coordinated approach and response to resolve the acute circumstance. The second, the mass casualty and mass fatality framework, takes a broader lens and looks at wider community impacts to address things like impacts on the economy, sustained investigation period, those types of things. And then ultimately the grant would also support practicing the use of that framework and those new skills gained by first responders through an exercise. There are a variety of benefits for Canmore. It contributes to our all hazards preparedness approach, addresses system vulnerabilities, provides up-to-date training in a sustainable way, creates capacity and resources within the Bow Valley, and it'll increase coordination when dealing with more common hazards, so the framework can still be applied to other emergency events. This project is also aligned with Council's 2023 to 2026 strategic plan, particularly the content around emergency preparedness and response, as well as intergovernmental relationships and collaboration. This project also fits the spirit and intent of Council's Regional Emergency Management Bylaw that was approved within the last number of months. So with that, I'll leave you with the recommendation and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay, and I appreciate your presentation, and once again, stepping in for Ms. Miller. This was brought up at the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting, so some of us were aware of it, and I'm aware that there were obviously discussions between Banff and Canmore at an operational level, and Banff took the lead so that if it was then approved, then we would get the other stakeholders buy-in as part of that. So I appreciate you coming and speaking to it. Look to see if there's any questions from any member of council. Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. I will then move, on the right page here. I'll move that council approve the town of Canmore's participation in the Alberta Community Partnership Grant funded project led by the town of Banff for an integrated emergency response framework for mass violence, mass casualty, and mass fatality incidents. I will support this. I'm really impressed at the various plans that we are putting in place, and they're not just documents sitting on a shelf. They are well thought out. They're integrated with other stakeholders. There's training and what do they call them, drills or exercises, I mean, to get them working. And you know, you hope you never have to use them, but you're so thankful you have them if you ever do. And so I support this work. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, it's 12:04. We're going to return at 1:15, okay? 1:15. Okay, welcome back from lunch, everyone. We are now on to item H5, Management Recommendations and Implementation Plan for the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor. Ms. Van Gaal, welcome to Council.
Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Caitlin Van Gaal, Supervisor of Environment and Sustainability here at the Town of Canmore, and I'm joined here today with John Third, the Vice President of Community Engagement with Stone Creek Resorts, Michelle Ouellette, the Executive Director for Canmore Community Housing, and then John Pachkowski, the Human Wildlife Coexistence Team Lead with Alberta Parks, all members of the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor Management Committee.
Great, thank you. Welcome to you all.
And we are here to present, as you mentioned, on the management recommendations and implementation plan for the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor. So I will first go over our proposed motion, then where is the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor, who is the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor Management Committee, and then the management recommendations and implementation actions put forward in the plan, and then open it up to questions. And I believe your slides will be coming up shortly. There we go. So firstly is the proposed motion that Council accept the management recommendation and implementation plan for the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor for planning purposes. So the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor is one of two wildlife corridors running across the northeast side of the Bow Valley, established in 1992. And it is represented in this map by the green hashed line. These corridors, along with their established habitat patches on either end, create a network designed to preserve functional wildlife habitat, accommodate daily and seasonal wildlife movement, and reduce human-wildlife conflict. Lands within the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor are owned and managed by several different agencies. Land on the western end of the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor is owned by Stone Creek Resorts, seen in the pale green on the map, the town of Canmore, seen in the pale blue, Canmore Community Housing, seen in the yellow, and the province Alberta, seen in the reddish pink color. The land on the eastern end of the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor is known as the Eagle Terrace Conservation Site and is owned by Alberta Conservation Association and Alberta Fish and Game Association, and is protected under a conservation easement granted to the Nature Conservancy of Canada in 1998. It is these landowners and their representatives that make up the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor Management Committee. This group was first formed in response to concerns raised in the 2020 EMSIS report that determined that the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor is still a functioning wildlife corridor, specifically for ungulates, but is at risk of losing that functionality if not properly managed. One of the main recommendations that came out of the EMSIS report was to develop a committee of Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor landowners and other relevant stakeholders to guide, implement, and evaluate management actions for the corridor over the long term. This was then reinforced by a motion that was supported by Council in 2021, Motion 219, 2021. It was these recommendations that led to the development of the Management Recommendation and Implementation Plan. So the MRIP, we can call it. And the MRIP was developed in collaboration with all landowners and land managers of the corridor, and this group, as mentioned, is now referred to as the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor Management Committee, and the members are shown here on the slide. The Management Committee began to meet in the fall of 2022 through a series of in-person and online meetings, led and facilitated by Stormy Lake Consulting, who was contracted to facilitate these meetings by the town. In addition to the Management Committee meetings, each landowner was individually interviewed, and a subgroup was formed to develop a draft trail management plan. It is the information that was gathered through these meetings, interviews, and stakeholder engagement sessions that led to the 32 recommendations brought forward in the MRIP. For the sake of time today, I will not go through each recommendation in detail, but they are all listed in your council report. I will share that the findings and recommendations brought forward in the MRIP are designed to align all landowners and land managers of the corridor towards a shared understanding of how the corridor should be managed and preserved. The MRIP is intended to serve as a guiding document to support the various landowners and land managers with future decisions of how to develop near and interact with the corridor. The 32 recommendations are divided into 12 key themes, consisting of defining authorized use, trail management, signage and wayfinding, public engagement, communication campaigns, community education, land use, enforcement, perimeter management, monitoring and evaluation, land transfer, and the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor Management Committee and how it should operate. All active landowners of the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor have signed on to this plan, representing their commitment to ensuring that the work and the intent of the plan continues to progress and move towards implementation. If Council accepts the motion put forward here today, that will represent Council signing on to the management recommendations and implementation plan. For next steps in moving forward, and in an effort to maintain the open and collaborative nature of the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor work to date, the Management Committee will continue to meet regularly. The group will prepare terms of reference for the committee and will break into subgroups to tackle some of the key recommendations from the plan, specifically around trail management, monitoring and evaluation, funding and financing, and signage and wayfinding. Any implementation actions that require additional funding or changes to town policies or bylaws will be brought forward for Council consideration at that time. And so with that, I would like to offer a member of our Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor, John Third, to come forward and make a brief statement.
Great.
John?
Thanks, Caitlin.
Mr. Third, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Caitlin, and Your Worship, members of Council. I just have a few positive comments I'd like to make with regards to the process that we've been through. The Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor Committee would like to thank Administration and Council, firstly for the initiative they took in doing the original MSES study of the corridors. Secondly, for organizing and requesting our group of professionals, stakeholders, were brought together to provide our comments and recommendations. We would also like to thank Stormy Lake and Caitlin for the excellent work done. The Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor Committee was a very diverse group of people, professionals, stakeholders, and individuals, as you could see from the list of people that were there. Sometimes with very self-centered interests, other times very collaborative. But with Caitlin and Stormy Lake, I think we've come to some really good recommendations, and she helped us to build consensus that was there. The Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor and the Eagles Terrace Wildlife Corridor have existed for more than 3 decades. These were corridors that were volunteered, not mandated, to be a part of the landscape on the north side of the valley. What's incredible is that even after 3 decades, these corridors still function, but they are challenged. Proof of the corridors do work are necessary to continue to have wildlife in this portion of the Bow Valley. If we lose the functionality of these corridors, however righteous and goodwill we were in creating them, we've done nothing that's there. The Lower Silvertip Wildlife Committee would strongly recommend that Council support the recommendations of the committee so that these corridors can continue to function for another 3 decades and beyond. I want to thank you and the administration for your foresight and support of wildlife in the Bow Valley. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Third.
Thank you, Mr. Third. And with that, I would just like to open it up to questions and then remind you of the recommendation and proposed motion that is before you by having it up here on the slide.
Great, thank you. Thank you for presenting this work and for all of you for being here today and those very kind words, Mr. Third. Really appreciated reading this report, and I loved all the recommendations. I had one question, and that's around the trail management. Obviously, that's a very important aspect, and I appreciate that that's in there. Just wondering if there's any correlation or discussion going on between these recommendations and what's going to be going on with the Canmore Area Trail Strategy.
Yep, that's a great question. So a member of the Canmore Area Trail Strategy has been attending our Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor meetings. They've been viewing this, what we're doing here, as a small-scale approach to what they're trying to do on a larger scale across the whole Bow Valley. We are working to align anything that we are presenting or bringing forward to what the CATS is also presenting or bringing forward. And so it is a very collaborative relationship at this point, and it will continue to be so as we both work through what our trail management plans may look like.
Great, thank you. I definitely see the similarities, different scope. Sitting on the Human Wildlife Coexistence Roundtable, we see the same sort of things being talked about when CATS, Canmore Area Trail Strategy, presented to us. I definitely saw the similarities, so thank you for that. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Ms. Van Gaal, for your presentation. I have a question around authorized use and trail management. Within the lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor, there is an illegal disc golf course that also occupies space outside of the corridor on Town of Canmore land and CCH land. I didn't know, is this something that's going to be addressed through this work in a way, in the sense that by focusing on authorized use, it could be managed differently?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I think we didn't specifically speak to the disc golf course that is happening there at this time. The majority of that disc golf course, I believe, is on Stone Creek's land. Partially on CCH. Mm-hmm. So as we work through the plan and perimeter management and the definition of authorized use in conjunction with development that will be occurring in the area, we're hoping that that kind of gets addressed and fleshed out through that process. But it is something that, as our subgroups begin doing more work and beginning to implement this plan, we can look at that a bit more.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's also the Douglas Fir, I think that's trail, which has a seasonal closure on it. Will seasonal closures be included in signage and education? Because I don't always hear reminders about that particular seasonal closure up there.
Yep, that was one of the main kind of objectives of the signage and wayfinding, was that people have a better understanding of how to use the corridor when they're in it. Seasonal closures being one aspect of that.
Yeah. And then I have one more question, but I could defer to others.
No, go ahead.
Okay. The wildlife monitoring and sort of keeping an eye on the elk herd, is that a Town of Canmore responsibility or jurisdiction, or does that fall to our partners?
I think it'll be done jointly with our partners. A lot of the monitoring, Stone Creek already does a handful of monitoring. The province also does some monitoring in the area, and I think utilizing the networks that are already existing, identifying gaps within those and identifying whose land that is on, and maybe building out a bit more robustness to that. But that is something that, as we move towards implementation of this plan, will get fleshed out in more detail.
Thank you so much. That's kind of what piqued my interest.
Mr. Third, if you could just come to the microphone, then it can be picked up on the streaming.
In the original area structure plan back in '92, there was a provision for ongoing monitoring. So in addition to the MSES study, we have done monitoring on an annual basis for the past 30 years and continue to do monitoring. We've got about 18 cameras that are located throughout that lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. I am on those cameras.
Okay. Councillor Graham.
Likely to. Thank you. Along similar lines, does Town of Canmore Bylaw have jurisdiction through that wildlife corridor?
On town and public land.
I guess it's a bit of both, right, through there?
Yeah, it's a difficult area to enforce, and that's why we have a section to look at enforcement in more detail, because there's provincial land, private land, and Town of Canmore land. And so we can enforce on public land within the plan that was before you. We suggest maybe looking at agreements between landowners to allow enforcement on private land, but that is another thing that we will flush through with the implementation of what exactly those agreements entail, and if everyone is amenable to them.
And then provincial land, still, could there be some sort of agreement there, or?
There could be if everyone was interested. Maybe enforcement's best just to answer that question since he's here with us today.
Mr. Burt.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to see you early here today.
Can't wait. So we can conduct enforcement on provincial land, so as long as our bylaws are consistent with provincial regulations.
So off-leash dogs in that area would be enforceable or unenforceable at this point in time?
On town land and provincial land,
Yes.
enforceable.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Burt. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Fair as well.
Okay.
Authorization has been given by private landowners to the town to also provide enforcement there. So you have the ability to enforce on Silvertip, on the Eagle Terrace lands as well as the provincial lands and public.
Ms. Smithers?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add to that. I think the enforcement piece is a really good example of the power of this management committee coming together and collaborating, because the fragmented ownership within that corridor does make implementation of any actions intended to address human-wildlife coexistence more challenging. So I think that the enforcement one is a perfect example of that, and just the power of collaboration and what it can achieve across those different ownership parcels, separately owned parcels.
Great, thank you. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Ms. Mangal. I was looking at one of the charts here in the MSIS report, and it shows the telemetry data of ungulates, and a lot of them cross the highway. You just don't see it in this zone. With the advent of the fence coming up, how do you guys foresee the corridor behavior changing or modifying?
I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that question, as not being a wildlife biologist, and John Pachkowski is unfortunately just here to observe today.
Oh, okay.
I think it's also complicated by the fact that the design of the fence not done yet.
Yeah.
And so there's lack of information in that regard.
Yes, and I hope, and I can see where our monitoring program will become more and more important, and the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor will serve more of a function for animal and ungulate movement.
Okay.
I would just add to that as well. I think just last week, the province held a meeting with the town to talk about the wildlife exclusion fence along the highway specifically. So we have started that discussion, and absolutely the findings and the input from this management plan will inform some of that discussion with the province.
Okay. So if anything, we'll probably have possibly more animal movement as the fence comes in, and the corridor will become more viable, hopefully.
I can only
guess.
speculate.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's not a question. Thank you.
Councillor Graham. Sorry. Okay. Any other questions? I do not see any. Thank you very much to all of you. I'll now move that council accept the management recommendations and implementation plan for the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor for planning purposes. I'm very happy that this work was done and will be continued to be the subject of committee meetings and collaboration amongst all of the stakeholders. This protection of our wildlife corridors is essential because that is, of course, one of our priorities is having that good human-wildlife coexistence, and we have to make sure that our presence here does not exclude the presence of the wildlife as well. So I certainly will be supporting this motion. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to support the motion. I'm really excited that this is in front of council. I know that it's been a long time coming. In fact, I remember there being days when I've asked about human management use in that area. There were times when I thought the only option available to me was standing on my balcony and yelling at people in the wildlife corridor with their dogs off leash. That is not the best way to address this problem. It's not a solution. And then what this has also taught me is that and I really appreciate, is that these things are so complex and they involve so many people, and that's why it takes longer. And that's why it's really important for us to invest that time and our human resources and our money and efforts into something like this, because I think that this is absolutely fundamental to setting the stage for developing the Palliser area with CCH, because we're putting more people in that area, and when you put more people in that area, there are effects on wildlife, and we're now planning ahead of that, and I think that that is incredibly wonderful, and that's exactly what we should be doing, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. So I agree with much of what Councillor Faubert has to say, that in addition, we've spent a lot of time focusing on the Three Sisters wildlife corridors, and I don't really recollect, even prior to being elected, there being much discussion about what was happening on the other side of the valley. So I'm really pleased to see that this work has been done, maybe not at the speed that some would like, but it's been done. And it definitely, I agree, paves the way in terms of how we develop on that side and those parcels moving forward, as well as up in Silvertip. So I'm really grateful that this is done, and I'm happy to approve it. Thank you.
And I think a big reason we haven't heard about it is because the advanced work done by the folks at Silvertip and the folks at Eagle Terrace in designating those corridors 30 years ago. Yeah.
But I don't think people realize that they were corridors.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's more education to be done. Councillor Mara.
I'm happy to support. I'm just wanted to say thank you to everyone that was on the committee and everybody that worked on it, and it's nice to see that we all can collaborate and come up with a good outcome. So look forward to seeing what comes about. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Graham.
I too just want to echo my appreciation to the committee and to administration. The wildlife corridors on the TSMV side of the valley got a lot of attention. And with the approval of those ASPs, these wildlife corridors become even more important. And they deserve our focus and attention. They deserve the awareness in the community. And I look forward to preserving that functionality for generations to come. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, on to part 2 of the Ms. Van Gaal show. It's H6. H6, this is the Human-Wildlife Coexistence Implementation and Action Plan. Oh.
All right, good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. As you know, my name is Caitlin Van Gaal, Supervisor of Environment and Sustainability, Town of Canmore, and I am joined here today with Randy Haviland, Director of Environment Services and Senior Wildlife Biologist for Blackfly Environmental. So I believe Randy is with us online. Blackfly Environmental was contracted in the spring of 2023 to deliver on Capital Project 7312 and develop the Human-Wildlife Coexistence Implementation and Action Plan. Mr. Haviland and his team over the past year worked closely with town staff to deliver public engagement, conduct stakeholder interviews, and complete extensive literature review and research on the topic. The results from all feedback received and research completed are presented in the recommendations brought forward in the Human-Wildlife Coexistence Implementation and Action Plan. And we are here today to ask that Council accept that Human-Wildlife Coexistence Implementation and Action Plan for planning purposes. And so I will now hand it over to Mr. Haviland to go into detail on the contents of the plan and the approach that they took in its development. Mr. Haviland.
Perfect. Thank you, Caitlin. Can everybody hear me?
Are you there, Randy Haviland?
I am. Is it not working at all?
Can you turn your camera on, Mr. Haviland, please?
There we go. Great. Welcome to council. Oh,
we can't hear you.
Okay, let me.
Can you try now, Randy?
How about now? Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Caitlin, and thank you, Council, for giving me the opportunity to present. I look forward to showing what you have, as Caitlin mentioned. And we briefly touched on this back in November, but this will be a good opportunity to kind of go over the results since then and how the report has come together. So, quick overview of the report and how we came about putting together the information. The 2018 Roundtable Report and the 2019 Update were instrumental in this report development. We really used those as the baseline for putting together the recommendations. A lot of work had gone into both that 2018 and 2019 update. So the use of that was heavily involved in this report. We also looked at other relevant literature in the terms of wildlife coexistence, specifically within the Bow Valley and other applicable regions within Canada and the US as well. Another large component of this report was the community engagement aspect of it. We had a large push to get as many respondents as possible during the engagement process. We ultimately had up to 10 respondents, which was at the time, and I don't know if it still is the record, but that was seemingly the most respondents that any project or engagement project had received so far, which is super encouraging to see and really shows the level of commitment that Canmore is looking for in engaging this type of project and topic. Through that engagement process, we had 15 multiple choice questions that really focused on fruit-bearing trees, off-leash dogs, and general community opinion about those topics, as well as wildlife coexistence within the town in general. We also had a number of important stakeholder meetings with groups such as Yellowstone to Yukon, the Biosphere Institute, the Bow Valley Human Wildlife Coexistence Roundtable, and Technical Working Group, along with staff and departments from the town of Canmore, including enforcement, parks, and local wildlife biologists as well from the province. So through the development of the report, we came up with 7 implementation and action items. Starting from 1, they were fruit tree removal, continued enforcement of off-leash dog bylaws, wildlife exclusion fencing, fire smart habitat enhancement, update engineering construction design guidelines, public education, and Indigenous knowledge. So just quickly go through each one. So starting at number 1, fruit tree removal and priority zones. So looking at the number of trees within Canmore, specifically the fruit-bearing trees, proximity to town center, and percent of trees within our riparian zone buffer. So the way we looked at developing these priority zones were really looking at the number of trees within town center, the location of those trees, as well as where those trees fell within distances to riparian zone. We know that riparian corridors are known wildlife travel routes and provide excellent habitat for wildlife moving into town as well as passing through town. So we felt that those were a key indicator for high priority fruit tree removal. And this is just kind of a figure you can see, the blue outline being that 100-meter riparian buffer and the overlapping priority zones labeled 1 to 5. So when we're talking about our priority zones, again, 1 to 5, we have priority zone total area of 100-meter water buffer within that priority zone, percent priority zone area within a water buffer area, total crabapple count, crabapples within that 100-meter water buffer, and total percent crabapples within the 100-meter water buffer area. So you can see this is broken down by priority zone 1 to 5 as well. And so then when we look at the priority zones and where, in this case, crabapple trees are located, we see a high density within priority zone 1. Moving to 2, we have a few. 3, 4 are again high concentrations, and 5, we have a lone holdout. And again, with these priority zones, we really wanted to focus on identifying high priority areas. So town center being that high priority area. We heard that from town residents, town staff as well. We want to really remove the incentive for bears, particularly with apple trees, to venture into town center and try to keep that from happening to begin with. If we add that 100-meter riparian buffer, we can also see where that falls and where crabapple trees are within that 100-meter riparian buffer zone within each priority area. So we've identified these as the high priority apple trees within each zone. So you can see in zone 1 here, we have a number of crabapple trees within that riparian zone buffer. And again, in zone 2, 3, and 4 as well. So when we zoom in at priority zone 1, we can see approximately 21 crabapple trees in total, and a fair percentage of those ones fall within that riparian buffer zone as well. Priority zone 2, again, we see a large percentage of the priority zone within that 100-meter riparian zone, and we do have a number of trees within that as well as on the perimeter as well. Priority zone 3, kind of see trees are more concentrated in here, as well as having some in that 100-meter riparian zone. And again, zone 4, similar to 3, we have a spread of trees throughout the area. And zone 5, 1 crabapple tree. So this is also a nice image showing the total crabapple trees on private land. So another key contributor to the total crabapple trees in the town are not just those on town-owned land from the previous slides, but total crabapple tree presence on private land as well. And so the continued support and continued uptake of residents in the fruit tree removal program is going to be important. And I think this is a good example showing that it's highly recommended the town continues that program as well. So if we move on to other fruit-bearing trees, starting with Mount Ash, we see nowhere near as many trees in total, but we do have a number of trees specifically within that priority zone 1. So once all those crabapple trees are removed, we can move on to subsequent fruit-bearing trees, with mountain ash trees being a relatively easy one to get rid of within that town center. If we move to chokecherry trees, we see we have quite a few throughout the town. And this map does a good job at showing total chokecherry trees within the town, private land having 522 total, and trees on town-owned land totaling 125. If we overlay those priority zones from the previous slides, we can have a good idea of where those chokecherry trees fall on town-owned land. So as mentioned before, 125 total cherry trees within the town on town-owned land. And again, we can see a fair percentage of those being within that priority zone 1. So really emphasizing that town center and that 100-meter riparian zone, and really trying to remove those fruit-bearing trees in that area to prevent wildlife from really finding their way in there and then staying in there once they're in there. Moving on to buffalo berries within town of Canmore. Again, we can kind of see where our buffalo berry trees are located. Again, priority zone 1 seemingly having the highest density, and we can kind of see where they're concentrated here, as well as Millennium Park. We looked at buffalo berries, and we want to take a little bit of a different approach for them because we did note that they were concentrated in specific areas. So looking at where they are, we can see that there is a number within town-owned parks. So Millennium Park being a high concentration here, Lions Park having some, as well as Riverside Park, Centennial Park as well. So really hitting these park areas, aiming for removal of those and continued management of those. We also heard comments coming from, while we're looking at buffalo berries, that's a good time to also look at dogwood berries as well and remove those at the same time to save costs and resources as well. We looked at parks in particular because we know this is where both families and elderly people are coming together. So eliminating that opportunity for bears to be in those areas and interact with families out in the town on the weekend. Another thing that we heard from the town as well is the concern, if we're removing trees, how is that going to affect migratory birds? So with that in mind, removal should not take place outside of the migratory bird nesting period, which for the town of Canmore sits April 19th to August 24th, which is nesting zone A4. And that's an Environment and Climate Change Canada recommendation as well. Removal should not be done in the early fall, as to not remove food source immediately prior to migration. And we have down here, recommend removal winter or early spring prior to April 19th, just to avoid that disturbance for migratory birds. On to the next point. So we have enforcement of off-leash dog bylaws. Maintain enforcement efforts. So we can see from 2021 to 2023, the number of off-leash dog tickets issued has increased significantly. So that's excellent to see. And I think the continued enforcement of those is going to prove valuable going forward. We also heard to increase the dollar value of fine to $250 per offense, as well as should a dog be observed barking at or chasing any wildlife in a threatening manner, an increased fine to potentially $750 should be applied to prohibit and discourage that type of behavior. Another thing we did here as well, add the dollar value to the fine to signage communicating the prohibition of off-leash dogs, just to give folks another point to see and to get the point across that we're really targeting that off-leash dog adherence. On to the next point, wildlife exclusion fencing. So wildlife exclusion fencing is recommended to be installed to prevent the habituation of elk within the town of Canmore. The town consensus from the 2018 Roundtable Report, literature review, and professional opinion is that elk do not belong in town, and efforts should be made to restore natural ecological processes to encourage elk to utilize their natural habitats. So looking at areas for potential wildlife fencing, we came up with a couple, and these were primarily based off of demographic use as well as use of wildlife in those areas. So Lions Park and Millennium Park were the two that are recommended, mainly because they are a shared space for both families, elderly, and general gatherings for outdoor recreation and get-togethers. We want to avoid the potential for families to be impacted by and come in contact with elk or bears. And we know the risk is there, especially when we have that demographic change, young people as well as old people. So looking at where those fences would be, we have Lions Park up on the top and Millennium Park down at the bottom. We came with a priority for Lions Park as being that #1 priority to fence. This being that it's a smaller in total area and does encompass both playground as well as recreational activities for other age groups. It was recommended that once Lions Park fencing has been installed, see the progress, and if anything changes need to be made before implementing Millennium Park, that would be the path forward. In line with wildlife exclusion fencing and continued advocacy, wildlife exclusion fencing along the Trans-Canada Highway from the Banff Gates to the new wildlife overpass east of Canmore, exploring the possibility of adding a conservation officer stationed in Canmore to reduce response time to wildlife encounters and to allow potential or future hazing programs. Funding for wildlife exclusion fencing around green spaces in the town. A general hit on timing considerations for wildlife exclusion fencing, an important note. So when we're thinking about installing exclusion fencing, we want to think about a couple things. One being installing fencing in the summer months to avoid calving activity in the spring and rutting season in the fall. Wildlife exclusion fencing should not be installed in the winter months to avoid removal of foraging opportunities during period of caloric stress for wildlife. On to our next recommendation. So the fire smart habitat enhancement goes hand in hand with that exclusion fencing. We do note that, and it was brought up in numerous conversations, that if we are proposing to remove grazing opportunities for elk in particular at those parks as mentioned, it's important to counteract that and provide grazing opportunities elsewhere. So with that in mind, the continued advocacy for the Fire Smart Habitat Enhancement Program is important. And Canmore is surrounded by dense mature forest that makes it both susceptible to wildfire and creating habitat for ungulates. So increasing that habitat capability in those areas not only provides more habitat for elk, but also is going to encourage elk to be in those areas as opposed to in town. It's also recommended that the town of Canmore continue to advocate to improve habitat quality and diversity outside of the town boundaries using a fire smart approach. Our next recommendation was updating the ECDG. So looking at this one, we really wanted to pull out fruit attractant trees and shrubs and remove those from the list of species that the town is considering planting, as well as look at those trees that are fire susceptible and prone to burning during fire. Our next point, public education. As we saw throughout the entire project, the public is extremely interested in this topic, and it is one of the areas in Alberta specifically that a lot of attention is given to wildlife coexistence. So a couple key points: signage improvements are recommended in the following areas. Ungulates, signage communicating the potential hazards associated with ungulates be increased in areas of high overlap between human presence and ungulates. And then again, a point on off-leash dogs. It is recommended that current signage communicating the prohibition of off-leash dogs be either updated or replaced to add that dollar value of the fine. And that's similar to what was mentioned earlier. Public education. Based on the results of the community engagement survey, it is recommended that the social media and the town of Canmore website updates be used as the main method of sharing wildlife-based information with the public. And again, that was something we heard from those surveys. Most of the folks in the town of Canmore are getting their information from these resources. So if we're going to be disseminating wildlife-based information, those should be the primary means to do that. Incorporating traditional knowledge. So recognizing the importance of fostering strong collaborative relationships with local Indigenous communities, it is going to be important that the implementation phase of this project actively involve Indigenous communities and leaders. Going forward, a key recommendation, engagement with communities and individuals. It is recommended that town engage with local Indigenous communities within the Bow Valley for knowledge sharing opportunities and for their side and input on human-wildlife coexistence strategies going forward. And so then we just thought it would be fun to take a look at future outlook. So the Canmore Human-Wildlife Coexistence Implementation and Action Plan needs to be recognized as a dynamic document and process that will evolve over time. The future outlook of this plan is grounded in the principles of continuous improvement, adaptive management, and proactive engagement. And so key points on what that might look like. So adaptive management and monitoring, community engagement and continued education, seeking out and looking for opportunities for collaboration and partnership, integrating technological advances when they arise and seeing if they are feasible for implementation, and then designing a long-term vision, which goes hand in hand with the development of this report. And that is it. So once again, I just wanted to thank the town for the opportunity to work on this report and project, and specifically Caitlin for really spearheading this project. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haviland. I appreciate the presentation. Ms. Van Gool, did you have anything else to add?
No, that was it. We were just going to open the floor for questions from council.
Perfect. Great. Really appreciated this report coming forward. And what I like most about it is that we're moving along that continuum of working as a group, the Human Wildlife Coexistence Roundtable. The technical group creates a report, and then that report is now taking roots within one of the stakeholders, which is Canmore, so that we can implement the actions. And I certainly encourage all of the stakeholders within the roundtable to do likewise, examine what they're doing and making sure that it's aligned with the action plan. So thank you for bringing this today. I did have a question around, I just wanted clarification. This is page 33 of the report. It's 446 of our package. and this is under the off-leash dogs. And I just wanted to confirm what it was meant here under Section 2B, as far as the fine amount, and want to make sure that I understand correctly that it's recommended that the off-leash fine be $250. Should that off-leash dog be observed barking or chasing any wildlife, then it would be a higher fee of $750. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Looking to other members of council to see if you have any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Thank you for your continued good work on all these fronts. Exclusionary fencing. This is one that I'm still having a little bit of a hard time wrapping my head around. And my thought process is, yeah, we exclude these two fences, which are high. I see wildlife there all the time. We've got kids playing there, et cetera, et cetera. But doesn't this just push the problem to other areas? Golf courses, other playground zones, et cetera, et cetera. Is there a strategy to beyond this, these two areas? Yeah.
I'll start, and then Mr. Haviland, feel free to jump in if you have anything to add. The intent of this plan is that it would serve us for the next 5, 6, 10 years, and that we would begin with this approach and continue the monitoring that's recommended in the plan to see how putting exclusion fencing in these high-density human use areas impacts movement. Because of the location, we want to prioritize human safety in the downtown core and provide other habitat for elk to graze. So to your comment of whether or not it would move the issue elsewhere, we're hoping that that's what our monitoring plans can determine, and that's why we're starting with just 2 of the more highly densely populated areas to start this approach. So I can't really answer it right now without the monitoring, but we do know that we need to ensure that we are looking for human-wildlife coexistence opportunities and reducing any conflict that may occur.
And these are 2 locations that a lot of that does happen, certainly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is just one of those numbers that kind of shocked me. $28,000 for the design of the fence.
For the next, yes, that's
yeah.
the next item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I can speak to it now if you would like.
I will save it for the next item.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just a little, thanks.
You're looking, you've got
I'm jumping ahead.
You got an exclusionary fence guy like you have a building a platform guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Looking. So,
we'll get there. I'll hold up on that one.
any other questions?
No other questions.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Okay, looking to see if there's any other questions from council. Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, so No, this is a business meeting, not a public hearing. I'm going to make the motion now then that council accept the human-wildlife coexistence implementation and action plan for planning purposes. As mentioned, I support this, just so that members of the public understand that planning purposes does not mean that things get automatically implemented. They have to go through a further process. Not everything in the plan will come to fruition. There's lots of factors at play, including budgetary discussions, learnings along the way as far as movement of animals, otherwise, new plans, and how they fit with other master plans. So this is just giving direction to administration that they can use this as part of their planning, and anything else still has to come back to council. And some of those things may involve public hearings. or other forms of engagement before they actually take place. So I will support this for planning purposes and look to council to see if there are any other comments with regards to this motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And we'll do one more before taking a break. H7. Oh, actually, there'll be a motion arising as well. So H7, the 2024 capital project, Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation 2024. That's number 7361, scope revise. And part 3 of 3, Ms. Van Gaal, go ahead.
Good afternoon again. Caitlin Van Gaal. And Supervisor of Environment and Sustainability with the town. And I'm here following the acceptance of the Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation Action Plan for planning purposes to propose a scope revision to Capital Project 7361, the Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation Project for 2024. So I'll just remind you quickly of the proposed motion before you, go over the scope revisions that we are suggesting, and then open it up for questions. So we are asking that council approve the revised scope for 2024, Capital Project Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation 2024, number 7361. So administration is proposing that the following items be added to the scope of Capital Project 7361. The first is a detailed design for wildlife exclusion fencing at Lions Park and Millennium Park. Administration will work with a town contracted project management firm to develop a detailed design for 2 wildlife exclusion fences. The detailed design will include consultation with key user groups. The results of this detailed design will be used to bring forward an informed capital project request to council for consideration in a future capital budget. The second item that we are asking for in the scope revision is a more robust public education and communication campaign. We will put forward this public education campaign with a focus on off-leash dogs, elk calving and rutting season, and wildlife attractant removal. The third item is a regional communication campaign. So administration will continue to work with the Bow Valley partners on a regionally designed and approved education campaign. The work will be done under the Human Wildlife Coexistence Technical Working Group Communication Subgroup, which consists of members of the town of Banff, the MD of Bighorn, the Biosphere Institute at Bow Valley, Banff National Park, and Alberta Parks and Protected Areas. The fourth item to be considered under this capital project scope revision is the Enhanced Residential Fruit Tree Incentive Removal Program for 2024. So augmenting the current fruit tree incentive program with an additional $50,000 for 2024 will help to expedite the removal of fruit trees from private land in Canmore. It is anticipated that the uptake in the fruit tree incentive program will be higher this year with the additional support from the Biosphere's door-to-door campaign through the Keep Wildlife Alive ambassadors, the town-led education campaign, and the completion of the Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation Action Plan. Augmenting this fruit tree incentive program will also help to fill the gap that was left when the Biosphere was not successful with their grant application to fund the removal on private land. And then the final scope amendment that we were requesting is that we update the pets and dogs on leash signage. And so the Human Wildlife Coexistence Plan, as you remember, recommends that signage specifying pets, dogs on leash be updated to have stronger focus on the enforcement implications of a pet or dog off leash. And it is also recommended that the signage be installed in areas where dogs or pets are frequently seen off leash that does not currently have signage. And this budget will account for both the sign purchase and the installation. And I'll just remind you that budget allocations highlighted are estimations and may vary depending on actual costs and community demand. And any adjustments within the budget allocations will remain within the council-approved capital budget of $100,000. And with that, I would like to open it up to any questions and remind you of the proposed motion before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Van Gaal, can you just clarify that this is providing detail to what was already approved as far as a budgetary amount?
Yes, that's correct. This was approved in the 2023-2024 capital budget. as a placeholder at the time, and following the implementation and approval of the Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation Action Plan, we would further refine the scope so that we were implementing the actions that were recommended. So
Great.
this is the
Looking
next
for
step.
questions from council? Okay. Tell us about your fence guy. Councillor Green.
No, but I know lots of guys that could build a fence. But I'm actually going to leave the whole fence thing alone.
Oh, okay.
Didn't seem like any point in going there. But I will go to signage. Strategies around signage, and it seems to me that we want to put a sign on every trail everywhere. What other strategies were investigated? Like, for example, large signage at the entrances to town. Things like that.
Yeah, so this scope revision action item is a direct response to the recommendation that came out of the Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation Action Plan. And it's one of several tactics used to increase engagement and education on the topic. And so, as you'll recall, we are also going to be doing social media campaigns, additional signage, education signage, newspaper ads, et cetera. But we have noticed that in the public survey, the responses indicated that not everyone was aware that they were in a dog off-leash area, representing that maybe our signage was inadequate or did not properly reflect what we were trying to portray. We also have heard that our signage is not consistent across the Bow Valley. So sometimes we say pets on leash, sometimes dogs on leash, sometimes no dogs. And so we just want to make sure that we have a consistent message and language across the Bow Valley. And we also want to evaluate areas where we are seeing higher levels of infraction, so more people are walking their dogs off leash that may not have signage. And so maybe there's a gap that we could fill. And so we're not necessarily adding more signs, we're just updating the signs, and then I guess we are potentially adding signs to those key areas, but it's not a blanket more signs everywhere. It's replacing signs to make sure they have the right message on them. And then if there's an area with no signage but a lot of infractions, then we'll look at putting a sign or two in there.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Ms. Smithers, did you want to add something
Yeah,
to that?
please. Yes, thank you. Just wanted to add to that our communications team is very aware of avoiding sign proliferation, because it usually comes up quite often, right, on pathways or off-leash parks or wildlife corridors, or it feels like the first reaction can always be, we need more signs. And so just to kind of address your concern, our communications team is really looking at a comprehensive approach that includes the social media campaigns and other messaging, so not solely relying on signs, because they do share that concern. They just don't want to see signs everywhere, because then they kind of lose their effectiveness.
That old song.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert?
No.
No? Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Any other questions from council? Okay. Thank you very much. I will then move the recommended motion that council approve the revised scope for 2024 capital project Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation 2024. This is capital project number 7361. I appreciate that some of these items that we just approved in the plan, we knew that they would be coming forward at budget time, and we approved that placeholder for this. And so it's great to see the details, and I very much support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now, before we break, I would ask for the clerk to put up a motion arising. Now, with regards to exclusionary fencing, We do know that it's going to be happening in the Three Sisters area. We've just talked about some areas. We know that coming forward, the province is doing a design. And Ms. Smithers and Mr. Schneider in the planning department recognize that some work to the land use bylaw needs to be done in order to facilitate this, and asked if, but they felt that it should be coming from council to direct the work, and I was happy to agree to bring forward a motion arising so that this work has its proper foundation. So the motion that I'm putting forward is that council direct administration to prepare an amendment to the land use bylaw that will facilitate the development of wildlife exclusion fencing in accordance with approved area structure plans, the approved 2024 capital project, Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation 2024, number 7361, or any other future wildlife exclusion fencing determined necessary by the town or the province of Alberta. I think I've given the reason why we need this, and I would ask that you support it. Looking to see if anyone would like to speak to the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're now going to take a break until 2:30. Okay, we are back, and then we've got two more items on the agenda. Going now back to the Gs. G3, Animal Control Bylaw 2024-03. Mr. Burt, welcome to council.
Good afternoon, Mayor Krauser. Members of council, appreciate the Gs for Greg. My name is Greg Burt, Supervisor of Municipal Enforcement. All right, Animal Control Bylaw 2024-03. So the bulk of my presentation is going to be focused on substantive changes, including items that were removed from the current bylaw, added or changed. Anything that is consistent or there were minor changes, I won't be focusing on. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding these. I'll be referencing specific sections within the bylaw, and I encourage you to follow along, as the wording in the presentation is not always verbatim from the bylaw, simply from allowing it to fit within the PowerPoint presentation. So, what did we update? Pretty much everything. Language, definitions, licensing, control of animals, responsible pet ownership, animal care and control. We updated and revised the fine structure and provided some additional tools for our peace officers. So our current animal control bylaw, 10-2011, has been in place for several years. It's served us well, but it's time for an update with the focus to start looking forward. As the town continues to grow, we have more animals, we have more visitors, more wildlife, etc. Wanted to highlight a couple of acts that fall outside of the scope of the animal control bylaw that our peace officers are authorized to enforce. So we are authorized to enforce the Animal Protection Act and the Dangerous Dog Act, amongst a number of other acts. The Animal Protection Act sets out animal care duties for a person in charge of an animal. Who on council owns an animal? Okay. Great idea, but no. So, you're in charge of a domestic animal. You're in charge of an animal. So, you are required to provide your animal with food, water, shelter, protection from injurious heat and cold, and provide adequate care when an animal is injured or sick. If you don't do that, if you don't meet the requirements, a peace officer can enforce the act, which includes entering a vehicle, entering onto the land, seizing animals, locating owners, laying charges, relieving distress, or delivering to a shelter. One thing that generally comes to mind, or a few things that come to mind, is dog in a hot car on a hot day. So under the Animal Protection Act, if we determine that the animal is in distress, that would give us the authority to enter into the vehicle. Primarily, we'd contact a locksmith. If they're not available, we could break the window, take the animal out, relieve the distress from the animal. Dangerous Dog Act. So this allows for a peace officer to make an application to a justice in a provincial court of a dangerous dog and either seek to have the dog kept in a proper way or destroyed. It's probably the shortest piece of provincial legislation that I've ever read. It's a 2-page act, and I put a note in here that the fines are not relevant, because the fines are $5. So this is really used as an extreme event where we're seeking to have a dog destroyed. In my career, I think we've done it once or maybe twice to have a dog kept under proper control. The acts are relevant as we discuss the proposed animal control bylaw and why some things may not be included in it. Wanted to highlight that there's no provincial dangerous cat legislation, just a dangerous dog act. But there's a relevance to this, and there's why. Other relevant direction, the Human Wildlife Coexistence Implementation Action Plan, of which you just heard, and then the 2023 to 2026 Council Strategic Plan, the environment goal, wildlife encounters within Canmore's urban footprint are reduced, and unauthorized human use in wildlife corridors similarly reduced, something our department is focused on. Research and legal. So where did we start? I mean, it is classic work when we're drafting bylaws to review our current bylaw and then look at other bylaws. So we looked at Calgary, Edmonton, and Airdrie. The relevance for Airdrie is their bylaw was reviewed and updated last year. Their coordinator assists with some of our training. So all of the peace officers go through a 40-hour animal control and investigation certification, and the coordinator from Airdrie provides that or assists with that. They're very experienced with animal bites and attack investigations. So again, that felt like a very relevant bylaw to review. We consulted with the Bow Valley SPCA and Heart Mountain Rescue. We conducted an online survey that was directed at dog walking businesses in Canmore. And 2 of our peace officers, who are the frontline officers out on the ground, had substantial input. And we had a full legal review conducted with our firm Reynolds Mirth, Richards Farmer. They're the firm that conducts the bylaw prosecutions for the town of Canmore. So any tickets that we issue under this bylaw, if anyone contests that, that would be one of the prosecutors that reviewed it. All right, so jumping into definitions. Feel free to follow along. So we removed the animal attractant as it's contained within the community standards bylaw. Wasn't relevant to keep it within the animal control bylaw any further. Attack is new. Provides clear definition of what attack is. That is 2 sub B in the bylaw, page 536 if you're following along. Attack means an assault resulting in one or more of the following injuries: bleeding, bone breakage, lacerations, sprains, or bruising. We added behavior assessment, dog trainer, and severe injury. These are all new. These support new regulations proposed for remedial orders and vicious dog designations. I'll go into these in more detail later in the presentation, but just wanted to flag them for you now. We removed bite from the bylaw. This was a recommendation from the legal review, and it was recommended to go with a common understanding of what a bite is. Anytime we take something to court or when an officer is investigating it, there's always an onus on the officer to form a reasonable and probable grounds that an offense occurred based on the information contained within the bylaw. And then the onus shifts to the Crown to present to the court to prove the elements of the offense, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense occurred. So again, based on legal review, bite was removed. Definitions continued. Dwelling unit we added. This supports the proposed limit on the number of animals allowed to be housed in one space. We added the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee. This is to address any appeals to remedial orders, nuisance, or vicious dog designations. We updated owner to provide a clear definition for investigations and enforcement. We added a definition of foster animal. This is added for greater certainty around licensing. And prohibited animal, we updated to include exotic animals and rats, and removal of bees as wildlife attractants are addressed in the community standards bylaw. Definitions continued. Sections related to vicious dog were updated, and as I spoke in the last slide, we'll go into this further in part 4 of the bylaw. That takes us from the definitions, moving into regulation of animals. Licensing. Pet licensing helps reunite animals with their owners. It assists with pet reunification during evacuations. It assists with parks planning, and it's a revenue line within the department budget. So our revenue, we bring in approximately $45,000 a year for dog licenses. Did want to highlight that the department continues to provide what we call a free ride home program. And a free ride home program means if a dog is picked up at large, it is wearing its dog tag, it has a dog license, and there's no other extenuating circumstances, i.e. it didn't exhibit threatening behavior, didn't chase out, literally it just got out of someone's house, right? Kid went to take out garbage, dog got out, we pick it up, we will return the dog home for free 1 time per year. So we won't charge an impound fee, we won't charge a dog at large fee, we'll return the animal at home, and that could be the owner coming to pick it up, or we literally sometimes drive dogs back to their home, thank the owner for having a dog license, and return it back to them for free. So nothing's changed there, it's not written within the bylaw, it's just a standard operating procedure, something that we've done for several years. You only get 1 per year though, so after that, it's going to cost you a little bit. Okay, section 4. The timelines were removed for when an owner needs to purchase a license. So it used to be you need to purchase a license within 15 days of becoming the owner. Again, my world, issuing tickets, going to court. It was cumbersome to prove into court as to when you became the owner of the animal. So we simply just removed that and said once you become the owner of the animal, you need to purchase a dog license. Foster dogs. So foster dogs need to be licensed, but at no charge. So if any of you are fostering a dog, Same principles apply. We want you to get you a license. You need to have the tag on. If the foster dog happens to get out, we can get it back to you. But we didn't want to charge for that, considering that when you're fostering, it's generally a short time frame. We have nuisance dogs and cats, vicious dogs. There's increased license fees for those, and we chose to, those are not eligible for discounted license fees through the Affordable Services Program. So if your dog's deemed nuisance, vicious, you're going to be paying those increased fine amounts. We did recommend a change to the fees for dog licenses, and there's a comparator slide on the next slide here for dog licenses. So it's $55 for a year. Let's just jump to it. $55 for a year. Currently, it's $114 for 3 years. Sorry? It's a bargain. I suggest we actually drop it to $110. For the life of me, I could not recall as to why it was $114. If anybody was on council when we brought that forward and you have a reason why, let me know. But this essentially is a buy two, get one free. So we really want to encourage more 3-year licenses. It's administratively heavy, absolutely, to administer the dog license program, and it just simply makes sense. So when you look at it, $55 for a dog license, we're in line with Banff, a little bit higher than our comparators. We're the only one that's offering the 3-year license. Our nuisance dog license, comparable. Vicious dog license, probably in the middle. And then a cat license, so we offer a voluntary one-time license fee in Canmore at $25. We'll speak to one of the alternatives at the end as to why we decided not to do a mandatory license. Interestingly, in 2023, 53% of the licenses sold were 3-year licenses. Great if we could get more. So not much changing there. Part 1, regulation of animals, starting to impose some changes in the bylaw now. So currently, there's no limit on the number of dogs or cats that you can own or that you can have in a dwelling unit. We decided after consultation and review to add a limit of dogs and cats to curb potential issues regarding noise or smells. We're proposing that you can have 3 dogs or 4 cats per owner or within one dwelling unit. So if you're in a dwelling unit where you've got roommates, 3 dogs, 4 cats is the cap number contained within the bylaw. Did want to highlight, I looked through the dog licenses for 2023. Only 1 resident had more than 3 dogs licensed in 2023. Section 26 includes a grandfather clause, so they would be grandfathered in. They wouldn't be allowed to bring in any more animals or foster any animals until they fall below the limit. All right, moving into part 2, responsible pet ownership. We actually had quite a bit of discussion about the name of the bylaw, believe it or not. Other municipalities call it the Responsible Pet Ownership Bylaw, Animal Control and Licensing Bylaw. We decided to just leave it as Animal Control, but include a section about responsible pet ownership. Responsible pet ownership is important to the community and meeting council's strategic plan goals, livability and environment. This bylaw supports Canmore being a place where residents can thrive, and again, reducing human-wildlife encounters. Section 28 of the bylaw sets expectations for dogs being on leash. These regulations are created to protect the community's pet population, protect wildlife, protect others recreating in Canmore. We are a community full of rescued and adopted dogs. We're a community full of wildlife, visiting pets, and owners. Although a dog may have good recall, the reaction of other animals, domestic or wildlife, can be unpredictable and can quickly create an unsafe situation. So I think about all of the dog attack investigations that I've completed over the years. I would harbor a guess that 95%, maybe 98% could have been prevented if the dog was on leash. So what did we do? We increased the fine amounts, recommending $250 for the first offense, $500 for the second offense, and $1,000 for third and subsequent offenses. As you heard earlier this afternoon, the Human-Wildlife Coexistence Implementation Plan provided a recommendation to increase the dog off-leash fine to $250. The goal is always to further enhance safety for wildlife, other dogs, and humans by increasing compliance via an increased financial deterrent. I think setting fine amounts is always a challenging role for council. Where do you strike the deterrent between what's reasonable, practical, and then from my world, when it goes into the court setting, how will a provincial court justice view that? Did want to highlight that for reference, in 2023, peace officers handed out 147 tickets and 53 warnings for dog at large. And I've spoken to you about this before. This is one of the most challenging fines that our officers encounter and run into. For some reason, when you get stopped for speeding or not wearing your seatbelt, you get it, you understand it, and you just take it. Dog off-leash interactions, again, seem to be very challenging for our officers. We're trained to deal with it, but it's surprising how many people provide false information, lie to us, run from us, confront us, threaten physical violence. And I don't have the exact stat, but I just polled 2 of the peace officers working today as to what percentage of tickets are issued to locals versus out-of-town residents. Again, it's not an exact stat, so don't quote me, but approximately 70% or 7 out of 10 dog off-leash tickets are issued to locals. 3 are issued to visitors or out-of-town. Just want to highlight as well, I spoke earlier in the presentation about our bylaws being consistent with provincial legislation. The fine amounts don't necessarily need to be consistent with the provincial legislation. It's the spirit and intent of the bylaw or what's drafted. So provincial parks cannot have your dog off leash either. We do not have the authority to issue tickets under the Provincial Parks Act, but it's a $180 fine. Currently we're $100, but we're proposing $250. So if I happen to be out or when the officer's out with the conservation officer, we see 2 dogs off leash. One may receive a ticket under provincial legislation for $180. One may receive it under municipal for $250. All right. Dogs in off-leash areas. Hang on here. Okay. New, must carry an appropriate leash with you when you're in an off-leash area. Seems like something you think you would just do, but important to be able to control the dog. If something were to happen, you need to leave the park, etc. Right now, believe it or not, you don't need to carry a leash with you. Next. Limit on number of dogs that can be walked in an off-leash area. So this is new. So we are proposing, or contained within the bylaws, that no more than 5 dogs are to be kept under the care and control in an off-leash area. This includes licensed dog walkers or dog owners. This section was added for reasonable monitoring. So the bylaw requires that you supervise and control your dog. It responds to voice, sound, and sight commands, and comes when called. And everywhere in the municipality, you're required to pick up the defecation. Pick up its poop. It also was added to enhance the safety for dog park users and other park users. Specifically, we were thinking about Quarry Lake, where it's an extremely busy off-leash park. It's adjacent to Quarry Lake Park, where dogs are not allowed, lots of visitors. And then we have the trail, the access to the Highline Trail. So there's a lot going on in the main area, and then you've got the subsidiary off-leash park in the back. And if you think about it, probably one of our off-leash parks with highest risk for conflict with wildlife, and our only 2 parks that are not fenced. So, thought about a number of things there. I did highlight that a survey was sent to all registered dog walking businesses in Canmore. We asked a number of questions. I shared that with you today, or yesterday. We asked how many dogs they typically walk off leash at the same time. 1 response said 2, 2 responses said 6. We also asked what is the maximum number of dogs you would walk off leash. 1 response said 4, 2 responses said 6. We received the information anonymously, so we were hoping it would encourage more responses. The current bylaw does not restrict the number of dogs at an off-leash area. Question is, how did we land on 5? So there was the working group that worked on the bylaws, 2 community peace officers, myself, and the manager of protective services, Caitlin Miller. We formed the opinion that 5 would essentially reduce the risk of encounters with other park users and wildlife at Quarry Lake. I'll be honest with you, there isn't an exact science behind the number. We truly looked at it. We looked at Calgary. They restricted to 6. In Calgary, if a person wants to walk more than 6, they require a professional dog walking permit. They need to be licensed, proof of 1+ years of self-employment as a dog walker, or proof of employment for 1+ years from their employer. They need to have a relevant training certification, which could be a dog trainer, training in dog behavior, animal science, etc. And we discussed that quite a bit as to whether we should be imposing that. We chose not to go down this route as we felt as though it could be administratively cumbersome. We're already taxed in terms of our administrative folks. So that's how we came up with the number. I know that there's been quite a bit of communication with council. I've seen the emails about this, but just wanted to raise that and let you know how we landed on it. Continuing on in part 2, section 45 is new. So this gives the ability for the town to add signage in areas controlled by the municipality if we need to prohibit domestic animals in other areas. There's a new requirement to report a dog bite. Truly, this is about enhancing the safety in the community. Dog gets bit, or sorry, person, dog, wildlife, etc. gets bit. We want to know about it. We want to do an investigation. Every investigation doesn't result in a ticket or going to court. But if it's happened 1, 2, 3 times before and it hasn't been reported, we want to know about it, about how do we keep the community safer. Sections 48 and 49 related to excessive barking. These were updated. So the current bylaw requires that there's 2 separate complaints from separate residents or if the peace officer forms the opinion that excessive barking is occurring. It just didn't seem to make sense anymore to have 2 people complaining about it. We also updated the wording so it's more closely aligned with our community standards bylaw. Continuing on in responsible pet ownership, I have 3 slides regarding threatening behavior. I'm going to break it down into subsections A to C, D to G, and H to J. And I'm going to give you a visual to try and tie it all together. Okay. So section 52 reads, no owner shall allow a domestic animal to display, without provocation, the following threatening behavior. Bark at or chase in a threatening manner, growl, lunge, snarl, or otherwise threaten any domestic animal or feral animal. B reads the same, except it's threaten wildlife. And C reads the same, except threaten a person or persons, whether on the property of the owner or not, unless the person chased or threatened is a trespasser on the property of the owner. I just need some water. I want to provide some clarity around what the word allow means in context of section 52. And I'll provide you with a few examples of what I was thinking about. Allow in the context of section 52 relates to an owner, a few of you are owners, allowing a domestic animal to exhibit threatening behavior, which includes barking at or chasing in a threatening manner, snarling, growling, lunging. So essentially that's what it means. So while every situation is different, if an owner has a domestic animal under proper care and control and makes reasonable efforts to prevent their domestic animal from exhibiting threatening behavior, this would not meet the elements of the offense. I fully appreciate, after spending quite a bit of time watching my daughter's dog in the city, dogs bark, they want to chase, they sometimes growl, they try and lunge, some snarl. So what I was thinking about is a few examples. So work with me here. Dog owner, and an owner can essentially just be anyone in charge of the animal. Owner is walking a dog off leash on a long leash, retractable leash, 3 meters. And the owner is not paying attention or controlling the dog properly. Maybe they're walking down the street, this pathway, the sidewalk, checking their messages. They're not controlling the dog properly. They're not aware of their surroundings. Dog sees a person on a bike. The dog barks, growls, lunges at the cyclist in a threatening manner, but does not bite the cyclist. In my opinion, the peace officer, if there was a complaint, has reasonable and probable grounds to lay a charge. The opposite would be the same situation, but different. The owner recognizes the situation, understands that they potentially have a reactive dog. They start recalling the dog in on the longer leash. They keep their dog close to their side on a busy trail. They may actually step off to the side of the trail while they're controlling their animal. The retractable leash is now this short. Cyclist goes by, dog walker goes by. The dog is barking. The dog maybe even tries to lunge. The dog is snarling. But the owner now has placed themselves between the dog and the other person, and they're controlling the animal. But the dog is still exhibiting those behaviors. In my opinion, the dog is kept under proper control, and this wouldn't be an offense. We empower peace officers to utilize their discretion in pretty much everything we do. This is something that, if this bylaw is passed, that I'll work with the peace officers on, and again, 2 of them were frontline officers that supported these recommendations. One more example. Owner's dog is off leash, sees a herd of elk, takes off and begins barking and chasing the elk in a threatening manner. The dog doesn't bite the elk, but it chases them. Worst case scenario, onto the highway before we have our fence. In this case, both the domestic animal at large fine and section 52 sub B, which is no owner shall allow domestic animal to display without provocation the following threatening behavior: bark at or chase in a threatening manner, growl, lunge, snarl, or otherwise threaten any wildlife. Both charges. Including bark at, growl, lunge, or snarl is important as it's more encompassing and further addresses threatening behaviors, far beyond what the current bylaw addresses. All right, sections D to G. Starting to increase in severity the threatening behavior. Wanted to highlight that we took out the definition of bite. It's just a common understanding. So, no owner shall allow a domestic animal to display without provocation the following threatening behavior: bite a domestic animal, feral animal, or wildlife, whether on the property of the owner or not. Do any other act than biting or attacking that injures a person or persons, whether on the property of the owner or not. Bite a person or persons, whether on the property of the owner or not, unless the person bitten is a trespasser on the property of the owner. Attack a person or persons, whether on the property of the owner or not, unless the person attacked is a trespasser on the property of the owner. I read to you the definition of attack earlier in the presentation: an assault resulting in one or more of the following injuries: bleeding, bone breakage, lacerations, or bruising. So, starting to go up the scale in terms of what's occurring with threatening behavior. Fine amounts also start to go up as well. There's a slide at the end on that. Jumping into H, I, and J, really focusing on H and I. So, no owner shall allow domestic animals to display without provocation the following threatening behavior: bite or attack a person or persons, whether on the property or not, causing severe injury. You can come back to that. Cause severe injury to a domestic animal, feral animal, or wildlife. Severe injury, we have defined in the bylaw. It's under page 539 of the package. Severe injury means any injury that requires medical attention excepting wound cleaning and basic first aid, and includes wounds requiring sutures or surgery, disfiguring or scarring lacerations, broken bones, severe sprain, any other similar serious injury, or death. So, fairly all-encompassing section in terms of severe injury. We don't get very many of these, but we've had a few, unfortunately. And then finally, cause damage to public or private property. So to try and tie it all together, section 52, threatening behavior. May not have it all, but again, bark at or chase in a threatening manner, growl, lunge, snarl, and step 1. Step 2, bite. Step 3, attack. Step 4, or most severe, attack, cause severe injury. I know it's a lot to take in, section 52, and to be honest, as a working group, it took us quite a bit of time to kind of wrap our head around this. There's other reasons why but ultimately, again, it's just this increasing scale of severity. And how do we address that when we're conducting an investigation? Final slide on responsible pet ownership for new, so unattended dogs, so section 55. So if you leave your dog tethered or tied up in a residential yard, and the owner is outside, or the owner has to be outside at all times or be able to maintain visual contact. Again, this is only if it is left tethered or tied up in a residential yard. If you've got a fenced yard, dog can roam around. This was added for the safety of dogs so they don't become accidentally tangled up with a tether in a residential yard. There's the spirit and intent behind that section. Section 56, an owner of a dog must not allow the dog, when tethered or tied up in a residential yard, to get closer than 1 meter to the property line. This is added to prevent dogs from getting too close to other domestic animals or other people that are walking by. Thinking about reactive dogs, tied up, left outside, other people are walking by, other dogs walking by. That brings us to the end of responsible pet ownership. We're jumping into nuisance animals. We've referenced the CAO. Obviously, this will be delegated to different levels in the organization, but the CAO can deem a dog a nuisance as a result of 2 or more offenses of at-large, off-leash, excessive barking, threatening behavior, or unattended dogs. And then the CAO can impose conditions such as prohibition from attending dog parks or potentially the length of a leash. The nuisance section is in our current bylaw. We have 2 dogs currently that are licensed as nuisance dogs. We added off-leash and unattended sections for repeated offenses. To note, this section can include cats. We don't run into many nuisance cats, but I seem to recall one that was hanging out at large along the Cougar, right in your neck of the woods. You familiar with that cat? Yeah, there's a few, literally, where people were walking down the pathway, and it was a nuisance cat that was at large, owner not present, and you would have to go down to the next trail junction to get by, because it would either snarl at you, it would attack you, and it was a fairly significant safety concern. Wow. Yeah, so again, there's an example where we could deem an animal a nuisance. If your animal is deemed a nuisance animal, you must license the animal as a nuisance animal. It's a $100 license fee annually. Again, no discount on that. You must comply with the conditions imposed. If not, it's a $250 fine. New, the owner can request to have the condition removed up to once per year. Previously, the administration, myself, reviewed those. And again, the decision can be appealed to the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee. It consists of 2 members of council, GM of Municipal Services, and the CAO. Jumping into vicious dogs. I have 4 slides on vicious dogs. So we have a vicious dog provision contained within the current bylaw. We've reviewed other bylaws, we've updated it. CAO may designate a dog to be a vicious dog and require an owner to obtain a vicious dog license for such dog where the dog has caused severe injury to a person, severe injury to another domestic animal, the dog has caused severe injury to wildlife, the dog has exhibited threatening behavior in accordance with Section 52, whether on the owner's property or other public or private property, or there are reasonable and probable grounds to believe the dog poses a risk to the health and safety of persons in the town. Currently, we don't have any dogs licensed as vicious dogs. And I don't have the numbers, but in speaking with Calgary and Airdrie, there's actually very few dogs that are licensed as vicious dogs in both municipalities. The reason for that, and I'll get into it further when we talk about remedial orders and training, and a behavior assessment, is quite often the municipalities mandate a behavior assessment. The behavior assessment, based on the training we do in a standardized scale, determines that there's a significantly higher risk to keep that animal in the community. And the bulk of owners are good owners, and they recognize the risk of keeping that animal, even if it was deemed a vicious dog within the community. Did want to highlight that we've made some changes to the vicious dog provisions that I think are extremely relevant. So if the municipality considers deeming a dog vicious, the CAO must send a notice to the owner of the reason why it is being considered a vicious dog. The CAO must provide an opportunity to the owner to make submissions within 14 days of receipt, whether the dog should be designated as vicious. And the CAO must consider any submissions from the peace officer that conducted the investigation. And that could also include a behavioral assessment. New are seizures pending a decision. This is common standard practice in Airdrie, Calgary, Edmonton, other bylaws. Owners can be ordered to surrender a dog for public safety or behavioral assessment pending the outcome of the hearing. Or if the CAO determines that the dog could be kept on the premises, if they feel it is safe to do so, the dog can be kept there. If a dog is deemed vicious, it must bring into consideration all the requirements in section 73 to 79 of the bylaw. A microchip identifying the dog as vicious needs to be implanted. We need to be notified, the municipality needs to be notified if the dog is sold, dies, is transferred, or moves out of Canmore. If the vicious dog is at large, they need to notify the RCMP. We selected the RCMP because they have 24/7 coverage. We work 10 to 14 hours. Vicious dog, when it's kept on the property of the owner, needs to be confined indoors, under control of persons 18 years or older and capable of controlling the vicious dog when children or visitors are present. And then outdoors, kept in a secure enclosure, muzzled and under control of a person 18 years of age or older, sorry, a little typo there, capable of controlling the vicious dog. Must post a vicious dog warning sign, and you have to purchase and obtain liability insurance. That was one point I didn't note about the experience from Calgary and Airdrie, is the significant impact of keeping that vicious dog if it were to reoffend. And there are dogs that can be kept safely as vicious dogs, so I don't want to paint all vicious dogs into that picture. The CAO may impose additional conditions, may order the owner to attend dog behavior training, may require the owner to modify the property, reduce the risk of the vicious dog at large, and any other conditions similar to above that is reasonable to protect safety or persons of Canmore. The designation can be appealed. You're starting to see a little bit of a theme here. Designation can be appealed to the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee. Nothing precludes from applying for the dog to be destroyed pursuant to the Dangerous Dog Act. So if it is a doozy, a bad one, we're working with the owner, and we just feel if it's best for the safety of the community, we can still apply under the dangerous dog legislation. There is a requirement to license the dog as a vicious dog. It's a $300 license. You can see the licensing fees going from $55 to $100 to $300, and there's some increased penalties in Schedule C. All right, that takes us out of the vicious dogs. I need another drink of water. It's really interesting as I'm presenting, because I'm presenting, but I'm also thinking about my 20-plus years of experience and the nuisance dogs and the vicious dogs, and the one decision that pretty bad vicious dog bite, worked with the owner, dog was surrendered to us, and in my opinion, the dog owner made the right decision to put the dog down. And this is when we used to operate our own kenneling facility. Yeah, I know. You can tell how long I've been here. So owner made decision, owner didn't want to be there, so I was the officer that had to go down with the vet, and this dog was a vicious dog, right? Owner subdued it, put it down, took it out. Those are not the highlights of the career by any means, dealing with vicious dogs or animals that are abused or neglect, or, I could talk to you for hours, but that's not the point of the conversation. So it definitely does bring up some of the previous history. All right, admin enforcement penalties and orders. So all officers are trained on a dog bite scale done by Dr. Ian Dunbar. It's an assessment of the severity of biting problems based on an objective evaluation of wound pathology. Provides a scale of 6 level of bites and what the prognosis is for the reoccurrence of the bite inhibition, and recommendations to prevent reoccurrence. I've been doing this for a few years now. We haven't done it the entire time. A behavior assessment can be arranged, and the recommendation and training can be imposed. So essentially what can happen is dog bite, dog seized, remedial order is issued to submit the dog for behavior assessment. So we have a person that's a dog trainer that's trained in conducting behavior assessments that would go into the home and do a behavioral assessment to determine essentially what level of risk is there for that dog reoffending, what level of risk is there for the dog staying in the community. And again, based on the experience coming out of Calgary and out of Airdrie, when the dog is getting into those elevated levels of high risk, lower reward, more often than not, the owner of the dog in those elevated risks makes a decision to either surrender the dog or to put the dog down. So that's why you don't see a substantial amount of vicious dog notifications within Calgary or within Airdrie. If you followed CBC News recently, there was a few dog attacks, so they're going through this right now. So a peace officer can issue the remedial order, which is exhibited the threatening behavior, tying it back to section 52. Behavior assessment, complying with recommendations from the dog trainer, conducted the assessment, attending training sessions with the dog conducted by the dog trainer, potentially requiring fencing, a lock gate, or quarantine measures. Again, the remedial order can be appealed to the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee. Kind of talked about the negative outcomes. There are some positive outcomes of getting the behavior assessment done, determining what's needed, going through and working with the recommendations from the dog trainer, doing the dog training, and again, based on my experience in speaking with Calgary and Edmonton, there's some very successful outcomes as well. It just really helps the owner of the dog have an independent assessment of what's going on. Seems to be a trend, providing false information to peace officers. So we included a section for providing false information to a peace officer. We've added a $500 fine. We feel that this is a good in-between of obstructing a peace officer under the criminal code and potentially getting a criminal record for obstructing a peace officer to, if we find someone, potentially they're remorseful, they're apologetic, of tacking on the $500 fine. Fine amounts were updated. We're going to go through those a little bit. I threw up necessary, reasonable, and proportionate. Again, what's the good financial deterrent and the penalty for the offense? We also need to consider if a substantial fine amount will not be viewed reasonable and proportionate by the court, or, believe it or not, create a reluctance for an officer to issue a ticket. So we work with that quite a bit, but sometimes, like if you throw out a fine amount and said, Councillor Maw, you're directing us to increase fine amounts to $2,000 for dogs off leash. I don't think the court is going to view that as reasonable and proportionate, and officers, I can guarantee, would not be very comfortable with issuing those fines. There are other fine amounts that have been increased, specifically waste and recyclable bylaw, and officers have no issues issuing those tickets, recognizing that they're working with commercial owners, failed compliance, risk to wildlife in the community. I mean, a number of us were involved with bears inside garbage bins. So just always something to consider and think about as you are proposing fine amounts. We're getting there. A couple more slides. All right, so Schedule B, I didn't highlight all of them, just highlighted some of the big changes. So the minimum penalty contained within the bylaw is now $250 as opposed to $100. However, if the schedule contains a lower fine amount, i.e. dog not wearing a tag or license, it's not the $250, it's what's contained within the schedule. $250 seems to be the standard we're going to in newer bylaws that we're bringing forward. So dog wearing tag or license, bump that up to $100. At large was one of the biggest ones we talked about, so the $250, $500, $1,000, as opposed to the $100, $200, $300. We don't have that many repeat offenders for animal control, but there are a few of people that repeated dog off leash. And we can mandate people to go to court as well. So, and if I've got you 3 times, I'm getting you the next time, you need to go to court and explain to the justice why we continue to encounter you with your dog off leash. Justice could seek a penalty of up to $10,000. Obstructing a peace officer, we up the fine to $500. Providing false information to a peace officer, $500 new. We spoke quite a bit about Section 52, the threatening behaviors. Tried to break that down to the best of my ability. So unlicensed vicious dog, fine amount has gone up. Vicious animal at large, fine amount has gone up. Failed to notify RCMP. Vicious animal at large, again, wasn't a fine amount before. So really putting that financial deterrent on. If we've gone through the whole vicious dog process, you've been notified, you've been provided with a submission, peace officers provided that, a designation has occurred, could be appealed to the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee, committee upholds the decision to deem the dog vicious. We've gone through a lot of steps at that point. May have conducted a behavioral assessment, et cetera, et cetera. So at that point, recognizing that if that vicious dog is in the community, there is an increased risk potentially for that vicious dog if it's not kept under proper care and control, to imposing substantial financial deterrence for the owner. Skipped ahead, my apologies. Enactment transition, so section 109 reads section 37 of bylaw 22-11, and then the long laundry list of bylaws are repealed. 22-11 is the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee, and section 37 amended our current existing animal control bylaws regarding appeals for notifications. So if the bylaw is approved, we will address this in a subsequent update. Didn't seem to make sense to bring them at the same time because we're going to be sitting here wordsmithing what sections, etc. And then all of the other sections were animal control bylaws and amendments that occurred. So briefly, we considered mandatory cat licensing. We discussed it. It wasn't included. We pick up very few cats at large, and we feel that they didn't require the same amenities as dogs do. So dog parks, maintenance dog parks, mutt mitt dispensers, etc. Removing the dog license requirement. So interestingly, a few municipalities have started going away from dog licensing, requiring owners to have their names and phone numbers on their tags. We gave some consideration to this, but we didn't recommend it due to the added value we feel of rehoming animals, the ability to track the number of dogs for dog parks and other amenities, and the revenues associated with those. So if you think about it, the revenues all go into the big revenue pot, but when you're walking down the trail and you pick out a mutt mitt or you're going to a dog park, that in my mind helps offset the costs associated with the dogs in the community. Dog walker license. So I spoke to you about Calgary has this. We considered it, years of employment, etc. MIN decided the Administrative Resources Management Program would not equal the benefit that could be realized in the community. Happy to have the discussion though. And financially, very little financial impact other than reducing the 3-year license from 114 to 110, so maybe $1,000 a year. I do want to acknowledge staff that contributed to this bylaw. So both peace officers Amanda Hunter and Jaden Hayward were involved with this since the get-go. Manager of Protective Services, Caitlin Miller, and then again spoke earlier, Brad Tomlinson, the coordinator with the City of Airdrie Municipal Enforcement, who answered several questions for us regarding the bylaw. This was, in my experience, one of the most thorough and detailed bylaw reviews in the amount of time we've spent on it to get it to this point. So. Caitlin gave me grief for not including a picture. So there's the picture for Caitlin. All right, I look forward to your questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Burt, for a very thorough presentation. Got a few questions, I know, from council. Just one quick one, backing up to the fees, where it's 52C. That one there.
Yep.
So the bark, chase, growl, lunge, snarl, any person, there it says 250, 500, 1,000, and in Schedule B, it says 350, 700, 1,000. I'm just wondering, is the one in the bylaw correct and the slide incorrect, or?
Slide is incorrect.
Okay.
Good catch.
So we're good,
Yep.
okay. And so I'm going to turn to Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. I'll start off with, maybe it's an easy one, I'm not sure. Say someone's at the dog park and they have 3 dogs, and all 3 dogs commit an offense at the same time. Is that 3 separate tickets? Is that 1 ticket? How does that work?
I mean, you could use the example of 2 dogs are off leash.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's always at the officer's discretion, and it's based on the situation, what's happening, are other people put at risk, how compliant is the person when we're speaking with them, have we dealt with them before? So there's a whole bunch of number of factors. So the answer could be a verbal warning. Yeah. It could go to 3 individual tickets. Yeah.
And then onto the potential vicious cats. Why don't we have a vicious cats section? Just because I've heard of some stories of, cats inflicting severe, well, maybe not severe, stitches and things. So is it just because it's fairly rare, or?
I think the severity of the vicious or the involvement of a cat versus a human is far less than dogs. if you think about any of the dog attacks that are encountered, that's why.
And then one last one is just, cats tend to be good hunters, and so if a cat kills a mouse, is that technically against the bylaw because they've killed wildlife? Or is wildlife, or is mouse not considered wildlife under the other act? I looked it up briefly, but I wasn't really sure if mice fell under that, because as you said, there's some cats in my neighborhood, and they're great mice because I haven't had cats in my garage for years now. Probably at times, because, I've seen them under my car, so I would assume that's at large.
I think the officer would utilize their discretion based on the situation.
Yeah.
How about that?
Okay, just because, again, cats tend to, like to bring presents to homeowners when, they've gone out in the yard and got something.
I'd be pretty surprised if a peace officer issued a ticket for a cat.
Yeah. Thank you.
Taking out a mouse.
I'll just ask a question I thought was going to come from Councillor Hillstad, and that's around chicken not being a prohibited animal. Should it be in there? Because we do say notwithstanding.
I do have an amendment for that.
Yeah, but we should ask the question first.
Yeah, chickens absolutely should be considered as
prohibited animal, then the exception makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
Hang on.
Okay.
So we can add it in, but if you go to section 51, this was one of our amending bylaws. Notwithstanding section 50, chickens are permitted only at Canmore Collegiate High School under the following conditions. So this was the CCHS amendment, so that's why it wouldn't be
It doesn't make sense that it says notwithstanding section 50, though, because it's actually not prohibited by section 50.
So, nope, good catch. I'd be comfortable with adding that in.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Merrow?
Thank you. Thank you for all your work on this, and everybody that did. Cats seem to be the topic.
I didn't think it was going to be.
Oh, yeah. So my granddaughter was bit last year by a cat and scratched. Not their cat, a cat that continuously comes onto their property, my granddaughter's, where she lives, property. So would that fall under the bite or a nuisance animal?
Well, it could be both, but I mean, if we refer to section 52, threatening behavior, no owner shall allow a domestic animal. And a domestic animal means any animal normally kept for domestic purposes or a household pet, including but not limited to dogs, cats, rabbits, or ferrets. So we would conduct the same sort of investigation. So cat is off leash, cat comes onto your property, cat exhibits threatening behavior, cat bites, we could charge absolutely under that section.
Okay,
well,
good to know. And I have one other question, if I may. When we refer to license, when it comes to dog walkers, is that licensing for the dogs, to walk the dogs, or is it a business license?
So I was referring, maybe try and answer the question. If I don't answer properly, feel free to answer again. We surveyed licensed dog walkers that had a Town of Canmore business license to operate within the Town of Canmore.
Okay, thank you, that clarifies.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert. Thank you, Mr. Bird. I notice we prohibit aliens. Just outly.
You never know what's gonna.
I needed a laugh today. Sorry, it's the end of the day.
I do too. I appreciate that.
On a more serious note, is there any verbiage in this that is breed specific?
No
Did we
breed
look
specific.
We didn't look at any breed specific.
No.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Yeah, I've owned 3 pit bulls over the years, and I've actually been a recipient of a vicious dog complaint, which was I see through this process has gotten a lot better. There were some challenges during that process, and I'm really happy to see that we manage that better in this version. So thank you for that.
And I agree. I spoke to experience.
Yep.
And that was one of the experiences of how do we make things better, more fair, transparent.
Yeah, I was really happy to see the 10-day notice. That was my big challenge, not understanding the full ramifications of what had happened, and I hope that other people don't end up in a situation like I did.
Me too.
There's obviously been a lot of conversation around the 5-dog limit and the implications of that section of the bylaw. I noticed that of the folks that replied to the survey, almost one was only under 5. The rest were 6 and over. Is that correct? I have to go back and look at that.
And I just pull up the survey to verify. I believe it was 2.
Sorry. So it's
Yeah.
2 were under, 2 were over, 2 were under, 2 were over, and 1 was didn't put a number.
Correct.
What challenge are we trying to solve? What safety issues have we encountered with this limitation? Why is this limitation there for the average Joe? And then why not look at this from a professional point of view?
We don't encounter very many complaints or situations at dog parks, surprisingly. We were more thinking again about, we're seeing more, I mean, the town's growing, right? It's more dogs coming to town, it's more visitors coming to town. Trying to reduce potential wildlife impacts would be one. We do get quite a few complaints about owners that don't pick up their dog poop at dog parks.
Yep.
So that was one consideration, is how many dogs can you honestly, properly have care and control under at a dog park? So as the average Joe or Jane, you know, how many could you take to a dog park and comfortably and confidently say that you're in charge of those dogs, you're keeping an eye on all of them, you're picking up their poop, you're ensuring they're coming when they're called, etc. And what are the other risks? So, you know, the bulk of the parks are leashed, 2 aren't. Again, impacts, I mean, I'm a cyclist, everybody knows it, riding up to the High Line. I do not enjoy riding beside Quarry Lake Park. I don't enjoy riding in Calgary through their hundreds of off-leash parks. I don't know how many times I've been chased or nipped by dogs in off-leash parks. It doesn't make sense to me. So trying to prevent the potential risk as dog parks get busier. And again, how do we further protect our wildlife? From a professional dog walking perspective, I viewed it as the same. I viewed it as how many can you confidently care and control at any given time, given all of the different factors that were at play in a dog park. I've spent more time in dog parks in the last year. It is an interesting place to be. It's wild, honestly, Calgary dog parks. And again, just how do we reduce the risk? So that was a lot of the discussion we came around.
How much administrative burden did we think it was going to take to create a program to differentiate between the average Joe and the professionals? Like I think we sent a survey out to 6 people.
We weren't able to, we didn't consider an exact number. We felt it was just yet another program to administer. Would be open to looking at it if directed, but it was one within the bylaw that we felt just weren't ready to tackle.
Thank you. I think I've got some more questions, but I'll leave it up to my colleagues here for a bit.
Councillor Mock?
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship. When it comes to like fines and stuff, and part of it, I'm trying to think this with the off-leash dog piece, is it up to the discretion of the peace officer to give a warning the first time? Like, I'm just understand the typical interaction when it comes to, say, off-leash dog and peace officers there.
I don't know if I can say any interaction's typical with an off-leash dog. It can go from anything from, I don't know, think about one when I was training one of the officers, and it was, a couple was watching their daughter's dog, And they had no idea where they're walking was an off-leash area. We ended up giving them a $100 ticket, and they thanked us for being out there and helping keep the community safe and keeping wildlife safe. So that is one extreme to persons out running, dogs behind them, they have no line of sight, they don't see the dog, dog's gone around the corner, and dog's 250 meters behind it, right? So again, more inclined to issue a ticket in that circumstance, more inclined to issue tickets if it's in and around wildlife corridors where there's a greater risk or threat. And again, it sometimes can boil down to the attitude of the person. Honestly, I didn't know. I wasn't sure. I wasn't aware. I didn't see the sign. Okay, well, if we are, utilizing our discretion, and we feel that by issuing a warrant, that's or a warning, not a warrant, a warning, that's enough of a deterrent to ensure that that person adheres to keeping their dog on leash again, we'll issue a verbal warning in that circumstance. If there's a multitude of factors, potentially multiple dogs, it was chasing someone, it chased a cyclist, it was growling, it was snarling, again, a bit of a compounding situation. But, the stat I showed or shared was we issued far more tickets than warnings. For several years, we issued far more warnings, and we found that it just didn't have as much of an impact.
Could you say that again?
Said we previously used to issue far more warnings than tickets, and we found that it truly just didn't have much of an impact.
Okay.
So we've shifted to issuing more tickets because we feel that it may lead to more of an impact. If we do issue a warning, we put it in our reporting system. So I'd pull out a phone, check to see if you've been issued a warning or not.
Oh, okay, I was curious
Yep.
about that, how you track warnings
Yep.
and stuff. And does that reset over a certain amount of time, or is that warning set
No,
for-
we keep data for 8 years.
Okay, all right,
Yep.
that's helpful to know. And in your experience, like when it comes to, say, the context of, say, off-leash dogs and you guys are doing tickets, how often is that in the wildlife corridor region typically and otherwise not? Because I'm trying to understand the severity of that side of the things too.
I can't give you a definitive answer on that. The challenge we encounter is wildlife corridors and habitat patches are not signed very well within the community, with the exception of when you get up higher. So it isn't clearly, we don't know where the delineating line would be. I can tell you that a number of tickets, probably our largest volume of tickets for dog off leash is in and around Quarry Lake. So going between the two Quarry Lake off-leash parks. There's significant history up there of utilizing the dog pond, going through a pilot, operating as a trial, as a pilot trail. But again, that seems to be one of the areas where we see this significant amount. And I mean, we're in and around a wildlife corridor up there. We're also adjacent to private property, TransAlta up there.
Okay, thank you.
I want to ask some questions about section 52. You've cleared up part of my concerns with that section around the bark, growl, or snarl, and clarifying around allow, so that I understand it, that if, a person's responsibly walking their dog on leash and a deer pops out and the dog barks or growls or gets scared and snarls or whatever, and then the owner tries to restrain and deal with that situation, that's not allowing, and they wouldn't be guilty of an offense. I am wondering though, for the remainder after D or after C, these are now dealing with bites and attacks and severe injuries. Can you talk about allow in those circumstances? Because I would hope in most cases, somebody's not allowing it, it happens, but they should probably still be responsible. So I'm thinking of the case of a couple of dogs and owners meet along the path and they do their sniff dance, and then all of a sudden something spooks one of the dogs, or a person goes down to pet them and then one dog bites their hand or something like that. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and maybe it's worthy of a warning or something like that, but I would think that that would be a situation where it's actually, maybe it shouldn't be allowed, but you're responsible if your dog bites somebody. So can you speak to that? Allow in those circumstances?
And very valid point. In A, B, and C, I think we're on the same page. I think we can, it's within the interpretation of the bylaw and through the investigation. So no person allowed domestic animal to display without provocation, bite a person. So that's what we're going with, the persons, whether on the property of the owner or not. I think that's where things start to shift a bit.
Yeah.
So dog bites person. And I've got maybe two different situations or scenarios there that may be helpful. So you had dogs doing sniff test, dog bites person without provocation. To me, that's a clear offense. There's reasonable probable grounds the offense occurred. And either a warning or a ticket could be valid. Person says, and I see this quite often, can I come up and pet your dog? No, I've got a reactive dog, it's a foster dog, I don't, I really am not comfortable with you coming up and approaching the dog. I'm not gonna listen to you, I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna put my hand out anyways. That person gets bit by that dog. So in my opinion, the owner, we're talking about the word allow, but they have emphasized that I don't want you clear or by my dog. So in that situation, likely a charge or a warning wouldn't be warranted.
Right.
So again, it's based on every situation.
Because they've clearly
Yes.
tried to correct it. Oh, that's actually very helpful. It's actually very helpful. You actually cleared up my concerns with section 52, and I appreciate you doing that.
I appreciate you sending me the questions beforehand, so I had more time to think about it.
Yeah, well, that's the purpose for doing it, so that we can actually get to a common understanding. Councillor Hillstead.
I'll just quickly play off your last question there, because again, it's situational, because I would expect, I've got kids and sometimes they don't ask for permission to go up to an animal, and if they got bit, I would be like, well, you kind of asked for it. So in that case, if something like that happens and a person that gets bit, like say I go up to an animal and, pet it without the owner's permission, I get bit, and I'm like, that's on me. Is it, and someone else complains about it, but like, I'm the person that gets bit, someone complains it to Bylaw, and I'm like, no, like, that was my stupidity.
It is and it isn't.
Yeah, okay.
So let's play out minor bite versus child's killed.
Yeah.
Child has severe injury. Child or adult has lacerations, needs to have 50 stitches on their face.
Yeah.
So maybe you're out with, person's out with their kids. We had one of these cases in the last couple of years. Kid went up, approached the dog, and kid got bit. Again, we need to, through an investigation, determine what caused that. Is there any previous history? Do we need to issue a remedial order? Was there a challenge, or was there any issues with the kid approaching? Was the dog provoked? What's the risk in the community, potentially? And not all these dogs live in the community, right? We've got a lot of visitor dogs in the community as well. So I can't always give you a definitive answer on every single question, because every situation is so case dependent.
And I appreciate how the bylaw is written, because it allows for that. Because again, with my example there, I'm thinking more like a minor like nip or bite, not a serious injury. So, and then back to the limit of 5. So that was was starting to go there with my first question of just, say there's a dog walker, they got 12 dogs. And again, they're keeping control of 8 of them, but 4 of them go run off. Like, again, we have that in the currently in the bylaw, but if we remove that section and that happens, I feel like if we end up issuing a penalty because 4 of the dogs are doing things they're not supposed to be doing, that may change their business model or whatever. Like, it might kind of deal with it itself. So I guess my question would be, if we remove that from the section, or if we added a, basically an exception for, licensed, Canmore licensed or business licensed dog walking, just an exception where we don't, all you have to do is, from your side is just, can I see your business license, or, because which bylaw can ask for in certain situations, I believe.
So why don't we simplify it to just if it's removed,
Yeah. What's the?
could not all of the things
Other-
that it's trying to protect against be dealt with through another
Yeah.
section?
Well, it's still addressed in section 36. On public property where dogs are permitted to be off-leash, an owner of a dog, so the dog walker, the professional dog walker, would be considered to be the owner because they have possession, either temporarily or permanently, so temporarily. So they're still required, just as they are today, just as any of you dog owners are, just like I am. If I'm walking my daughter's dog here, I need to supervise and control the dog. I need to ensure the dog responds to voice, sound, or sight commands and ensure the dog comes when called. So if it was hypothetically someone, dog walker, professional dog walker or not, is out walking 12 dogs, and 4 of them do not respond to commands, do not come when called, or they're not supervising them or under control, they could receive potentially up to 4 fines. So it is addressed within the dogs off-leash section and regulations.
Similarly, if it was at a dog park and it's observed that the dog walker is not picking up after the dog, whether they had 1 or 10, they can get fined if observed doing that. Okay. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for your presentation, Mr. Burt. I needed some water. Coffee.
You too.
Cheers. I am a new dog mom in the last 2 years.
Congratulations.
And I have wanted a dog my whole life, and at 48, I got one, like an idiot. I have learned, of course, that the SPCA, bless them, and this community, within their values, supports these very broken dogs that we all get left with, right? And when I mean broken, I mean they all have some, like, either big or small behavioral issues or funny little things, just like people. We're all kind of broken in some way, shape, or form. And so when reading this bylaw, I was sort of like through my own lens of being a fresh dog mom and trying to figure out how this would apply to me and to other pups I know. It was interesting. So I'm glad that you clarified section 52, because based on what I thought section 52 read as, I was going to have to put my dog down tomorrow.
We don't want you to do that.
Right? Like it was that strict if you were to interpret it in a certain way. So Lila thanks you. But I have a couple of questions. One was to just, could you, you said at the beginning of your presentation that your officers take an animal training or animal handling course. Could you tell me the name of that again? Sorry.
It's a 40-hour course. It's an animal handling and investigation.
Okay.
That's offered for peace officers.
Okay.
Goes everything from how to handle, how to load animals, how to conduct
Wow.
investigations.
40 hours is
How
a
to
lot.
defend yourself if a dog's on top of you, and
Wow.
what tools you use to get out of harm's way.
Okay, well, that makes me feel better about our staff as well. And is there a civilian equivalent to that class or to that course? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And I just was curious because I know that within your stakeholder section, you spoke to speaking with the SPCA and so on and so forth, so I didn't know if they had anything there. So we received, and thank you for sending that out to council yesterday, the results of that survey. So out of 8 licensed dog walkers, 5 of them responded, not all of them fully. But my question is that we reached out to, not necessarily for consultation, but more to sort of license them through our business licensing program, all of the non-sanctioned. And sanction is not a great word. Rover is probably a website you guys have all seen, and it's actually how I found my dog walkers who are licensed. And I just wonder if there's a market of our community that we could be communicating better with in terms of, especially with this new bylaw when it's passed, about their responsibilities as unsanctioned dog walkers. They're without a business license in some cases, I'm going to guess, and it's probably a onesies, twosies gig, but no matter, you still require a license. So that's my first question. And then to add to that, when you were looking at other municipalities, do dog walkers, professional dog walkers require an additional license outside of a business license? Sort of like we do for taxis.
I'm going to answer your second question first because it's most fresh in my
Easy.
mind. So looking at the city of Calgary, just kind of a high-level purview, they issue a permit, is my understanding. So you need to go through an online process detailing how many years of experience you have, either on your own, what your plan is for monitoring dogs, things of that nature. And then administration would review that and they would issue a permit, an excessive, I believe it's an excess dog permit that would allow them to walk more than 6 dogs at any time.
Gotcha.
And if I'm understanding your first question properly, if I'm not, please tell me, how do we reach out to unsanctioned or unlicensed dog walkers to ensure that they understand the requirements, whether they're a dog walker or a dog owner or not? Is that correct?
Yeah. Because I think if, I'm going to guess that when these rules change, there's 8 people to email, or 8 companies to email saying, hey, our rules have changed, and then there's through the general public, but there are many cases they might not be paying attention to this and necessarily in the news. So I guess from an outreach perspective,
It's a really good question. I'd have to take that away and give it some more thought as how we reach out to unlicensed businesses in town.
Awesome, thanks. And then my next question, and it is my last, is around dog walkers at Quarry Lake. So, that is a section of town that I actually choose not to take my dog to that off-leash park because I don't think I'm doing the wildlife any favors. Even though it's sanctioned, doesn't mean that it's right. And so I just made that choice personally. That's not a choice I push on anyone else, but I don't want to be in a situation actually where I'm confronting wildlife and choosing between my dog and myself that way. And so my question is that I think that you're going to see some amendments come today, but one of them is really makes me worry about us allowing proliferation of dogs, say 10 or 12, like you just had given an example, going into Quarry, and there's absolutely no way, I'm sorry, that you'd be able to manage 10 or 12 dogs in Quarry off-leash dog park if there was a wildlife situation. There's no way. I couldn't even control my toddler that way, never mind a half-feral animal. So I'm wondering if there was any consideration about actually limiting, if we were, or what your thoughts would be if council decided to limit the number of dogs or professional dog walking in general over 5 within Quarry Lake Dog Park.
Maybe help me
That was a
understand
really
more, 'cause what
confusing
we've
question. I'm
proposed
very
is-
sorry.
Yeah, because what we proposed was 5 everywhere.
Yes, I know, and I have a feeling that one of my colleagues is going to propose, because it's a bit of a complex conversation, but as you know, we've gotten a lot of emails. They've all come as a result of one particular dog walking company in town. I've spoken to a couple of other dog walking companies that don't have issue with the restrictions being suggested within this new bylaw. In fact, that's how they run their business already. And so if we were to make some changes to what's proposed, I'm wondering what your thoughts would be on applying a different rule, I guess this is a better way of putting it, applying a different rule to Quarry Lake Dog Park than we do to the other dog parks.
I would be open to having the discussion. I do think that there is absolutely an increased risk for negative interactions with wildlife at Quarry Lake.
Yeah, absolutely.
With negative interactions with other users of the park. So I don't know if anyone's been to Quarry Lake in the summer recently, it is busy.
Yeah.
And you've got a dog park that literally is dog park's here and car park is here. and people are pulling out coolers and kids and kayaks and everything else, and then you've got cyclists that are going on the trail to the connector trail. I mean, if you ask my opinion, this isn't what you asked me, we need to fence that, right? But there's the other impacts to it. So I can't give you the definitive answer, but I think that is our area of highest risk of conflict. And if we're specifically talking about wildlife, that's probably our biggest area of risk of wildlife. And I agree, I think the more dogs you have, the greater risk we have of dogs chasing, harassing, threatening wildlife. And we've all been here long enough to know that there's a lot of wildlife up there, specifically late summer and fall, how many closures that there been. So it is a valid point to consider whether we should consider further restrictions for everyone in our largest and our 2 unleashed off-leash areas.
Where's the other unleashed dog?
Right behind the dog pond.
Oh, gotcha, sorry, they're
Right.
in the same area, though.
Yeah, so I call
Sorry,
it kind
you
of
say
Quarry
them
Lake proper and Quarry Lake minor.
2.0, okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, no, I just don't go up there with my
Yeah.
dog, so I don't know. I'm sorry.
Good questions.
That was my end of my questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're
Congrats on
going to
meeting
go to
with the
Councillor Faubert, and then we're going to take a break.
I was just going to ask if we could take a small break.
Yes.
So that I can make a call.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. So we're going to take a break right now until 4 o'clock.
I was going to rescind
Okay, I will look to clerks. We're back on. Okay, we're back from our break. We're dealing with item G3, Animal Control Bylaw 2024-03. We've had a presentation from Mr. Burt and several questions. I would like to ask members of council if they have any further questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Just some clarification. We specify veterinary clinics and the SPCA as places that can have more than 3 animals in them at any one time. If somebody was to open up a boarding facility in town, would that be limited through this bylaw, or are we good? I can see sections where it might be limited. I can see sections where it might be okay, and I'm not sure.
I believe it would be limiting. So if there was a boarding facility, it would require a bylaw amendment, or we could consider one now.
Okay, and if we were to put something where it's 20, 24, 25, where was that again?
Oh, hang tight. Let me reread that. I may answer you differently. No person shall permit more than 3 dogs and 4 cats that are more than 3 months of age to reside in a dwelling unit. So I'm going to say,
Section 25 very well could be regarded as superfluous because they actually don't need to carve that out because they don't fall within the definition of dwelling unit.
Correct. So I'm going to retract my initial comment, if I may, and feel that it would not need to be added.
Or that is referring to 23, not 24.
But that talks about ownership, so I think it still is kind of.
Okay.
So it's kind of a.
Wouldn't hurt to add it, but I can live with that as is.
So under 25, add boarding facility?
Veterinary clinics, comma, boarding facility, comma, or the Bow Valley Society for the Prevention of Cruelty. Yeah.
I'd maybe just look to administration to see if there's a definition contained within the land use bylaw that would be consistent for a kennel or a boarding facility.
I know this is one of those on-the-fly ones. That
No, that's okay.
nobody's really.
We've got a lot of computers and smart people. I think we can.
Okay, so we'll have that come back. Let's move to the next question. Councillor Faubert.
Oh, no, I'm sorry,
You're okay?
I'm okay. That was from before the break.
Okay, okay. All right, any other questions? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to follow up to what I had asked about earlier with regards to Quarry Lake Park, currently Quarry Lake is our only non-fenced off-leash area. So I have an amendment here under section 38, which is existing, stating no person shall bring more than 5 dogs in their care and control to a non-fenced off-leash area, but then how do I restrict that to 3? No person shall bring more than 3 dogs in their care. Oh, so this would be an additional section.
No, you could just, so you're asking a question whether that amendment would be
Agreeable.
agreeable? So basically, you're talking about changing 38 to no person shall bring more than 3 dogs in their care and control to an unfenced off-leash area.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess the question is, Mr. Burt, what do you think of that?
Right. Oh, so that's a twofer then?
So can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So with your proposed amendment, are you suggesting then that it is only more than 3 dogs to the Quarry Lake off-leash area, and there's no other restrictions on number of dogs being walked in off-leash areas?
I think that you were going to get an amendment like that anyways.
Yep, that is what's being asked.
So basically, we're restricting Quarry Lake.
I would be agreeable to that, and ultimately would put it back to council to make the
Yeah.
ultimate decision.
Okay, so Ms. Hyde, I just sent you an email, and if you could correct the number from 5 to 3 in the email I sent you before you put it up when it's time, please. Sorry about that.
Okay, anything else, Councillor McCallum?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Smithers?
So the question was, is boarding facility a defined use?
Boarding facility or kenneling
Yeah, so
facility?
kennel is a defined use in the land use bylaw. Kennel means a facility where dogs or cats or other domestic pets may be maintained, boarded, bred, trained, or cared for, or kept for the purposes of sale, but excludes a veterinary clinic.
Okay.
Okay. Excludes veterinary clinic.
Yeah.
So kennel could be inserted.
So we currently don't have one.
Maintained,
We
boarded,
used to have
bred,
one.
trained, or cared for, or kept for the purposes of sale.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
I'm just making note of a learning for myself, and that I'll be bringing back to agenda review, is that for significant bylaws such as this, and there's a lot of work went into this, probably be helpful for us to bring it to committee of the whole first, and get that feedback, and then before something's submitted. So that's just something I'm putting out there. Okay. All right, so I am going to put on table the council give first reading to Animal Control Bylaw 2024-03. And so at this point then, if you have an amendment that you'd want to bring forward, then please do so. Councillor Hillstadt.
Thank you. I'm assuming these all got caught because I something seen a while ago, but yeah, so basically it's just, there's a couple small, some are just typographical, and literally some are like font things, but the main one is this one where chicken got left out, but it makes the one section of the bylaw somewhat redundant if chicken's not in there, so I want to add chicken to prohibited because technically, otherwise that section doesn't work, so that's just to add the chicken to the definition.
Okay.
That's the and yeah, and then there's the extra bylaw in the section in that other definition, and then were the other ones just grammatical or like just typographical that didn't need to? Okay, and then there was a couple other ones that were just typographical things that didn't need to be that. So those are my two simple amendments.
All right, and so are you bringing it all as one motion?
If that works.
Unless anybody has a
Yeah, that's
concern with that.
concern.
I was kind of hoping that you would be inserting duck between duck and goose.
Hey, I'm open to that friendly amendment. We can.
No. Okay, so
Duck, duck,
the
goose?
amendment is to insert chicken and to remove the second occurrence of bylaw in 2HH. Anybody wishing to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
And then just one quick question for the clerk. In the section, or Schedule C, Section 52A, since there's the double chase, should that one, that's a little bit more than typographical, should that also be, because it goes, yeah, that was part of.
In Schedule?
So in Schedule B and Schedule C, in 52A, it goes chase or otherwise threatened chase. So there's a second redundant chase in those two sections.
It's not material to the bylaw, it's just meant
Okay.
to give the reader some information when they're looking at the schedule, so I'm happy to just make that change.
Okay, so you've caught
Yeah.
that one? Excellent. Okay, thank you, Councillor Hillshead. Councillor McCallum.
Okay, motion that the clerk has. It's right up there. It's coming. Yeah. So I really appreciated through Mr. Burt's walking us through the new bylaw, that one of my colleagues bringing up that basically what we're trying to prevent through limiting the number of dogs that a dog walker can take is actually spoken to already within the bylaw at this point. And I think that really when we're looking at wildlife, this seems to be like the human wildlife themed council meeting. I've always really had concerns with the proliferation of dogs up in Quarry Lake, and really I don't know of many dog walkers that go up there. Maybe they do, I don't know. But I think that limiting it to 3 sort of limits it to the household definition. And I appreciate whoever brought that suggestion forward as well. And really limits what you could actually manage, a care and control of your animal within a tent setting if you were to come across wildlife. So I'm putting this forward now. It is sort of a replacement to the limit on the number of dogs that was there before, but that's because I actually feel that it's taken care of in another section. And I'm not saying that it's not a problem. I don't know if it's a problem that we have been made aware of by the public, but at this point in time, I feel that this is a more responsible way of approaching the number of dogs that a dog walker can have specifically in a non-fenced area.
Okay. So thank you for that. And yes, I suggested the 3 because then a person could take their 3 dogs that they're allowed
Yep.
up there, but obviously any, and so could dog walkers if they had less than 3
Yep.
less. So basically the motion here is to replace the wording in section 38 with the wording up on the screen, or to strike out that wording and replace it with?
Yes.
Okay. So or would you prefer, Ms. Hyde, that it's specifically changing 5 to 3 and inserting non-fenced?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can capture that. Yeah, that's the actual motion, is to change 5 bracket.
I'm not a good on command paper.
Yeah.
You're doing wonderful.
5 bracket 5
And replacing.
and replacing with, yeah.
Substitute.
And inserting, yeah.
Adding, or no, it is inserted, right?
Okay.
Inserting on
Before, let me show you.
Okay, very good.
Does that need to be in quotes too?
You betcha.
Okay, very good. So thank you. I can certainly support that motion. And then it also deals with the issue that we've received a lot of feedback on around dog walkers going to other off-leash areas. If that's something that if this passes and administration wishes to deal with that, then it certainly the ball's back in their court to propose something at a future date. Right. Okay, Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Councillor McCallum. I think that this amendment really does find a path for us as a council to address the concerns that have been raised, but also recognize the risk assessment put forward by Mr. Burt with respect to wildlife and off-leash dogs at the Quarry Park. And I think that that's really important because there's a lot of direction that comes out of the wildlife implementation plan we just approved. And I think that that really aligns with our strategic goals as a council, but I don't think that we were trying to begin to regulate a very small but important part of our local economy and a small number of businesses, but still significant. There's not a lot of urban myths that I'm responsible for, but one of them is the fact that there's more dogs than kids in Canmore. That was me. I did that math, and it was such a eye-opening experience, and ever since, it really underlines just how important our pets are to our residents and this community, but our wildlife is also important, and we have an obligation to steward the environment as council. So I think that this has been an excellent discussion and presentation by administration, and as a result, what we see here in this motion to amend we're listening, and we're addressing and the concerns being raised by everyone. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
This is a success.
And to the clerks, I think we just have to insert after amend section 38. So just inserting 38 there into the motion. Yeah. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Yeah, I appreciate the creativity that Councillor McCallum's brought forth in this one. We've got a lot of feedback on this particular item. Earlier today, I was leaning towards striking this altogether, but I think that this does address the concerns up at the Quarry Lake Dog Park. It is a dog park in the middle of a wildlife corridor, and I think we need to be habitat patch. I'm sorry. But we need to be cognizant of that, and this moves in that direction. So I thank you very much for this creative idea.
Great, thank you. Anyone else speaking to the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Are there any other amendments that anyone would like to put forward? Councillor Graham?
No, I just sent you one. Yeah, sorry. It's regarding the kennel.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
Good, that captures it. Yep.
Yeah, I'll speak to this one quickly. I just think that this is a market that we would like to see more of in town. There's very limited access to this sort of service, and I want to make sure that we leave this open for the private business community to get on if they like to. I hope I can get your support.
Great. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Call the question then. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Are there any other amendments that anybody would like to bring forward? Okay. Just taking a look. With that amendment to section 38, well, it's actually not listed in the penalties. So I have a question just then for administration. It falls under anything that's not listed then is the base fine, the $250 fine?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so there's no change needed there. And seeing no other amendments, speaking then to the first reading as amended, I do want to reiterate that this is a substantive body of work and a vast improvement over what was there. I think that we have greater clarity for our residents, as well as our officers. And of course, there's going to be the issue of making sure that it's educated, there's education and awareness being brought to the changes. And I know that it also dovetails very well with the Human-Wildlife Coexistence Action Plan. And we now have amounts that can be put on those signs in reminding people what the penalty is for walking their dogs without a leash, or especially doing so in sensitive areas. So I will support this, and I appreciate the amendments that have been made and the clarification that was brought by Mr. Burt during his presentation to some of the concerns that I had. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify for the public something that I stated earlier today. I did have a dog that was deemed vicious. That dog has since passed away. I have a new dog. This dog is not. So, anybody who wants to come up to me. But I too want to thank administration for bringing a substantial amount of work to us to make this issue much better in multiple realms, and the vicious dog part was one of them. I thank council for being creative and finding solutions that we heard from the public on very short notice. This document just came out on Thursday, and we got a plethora of emails regarding some concerns. So I want to thank the public too for being involved in democracy. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is definitely a better bylaw now. I think there was an excellent presentation from administration, and I think it cleared up a lot of pieces for me. With regards to the section 52, with regards to like the domestic animal barking, chasing, threatening manner, once it clarified to me if the owner is making a bona fide attempt to intervene, that negates that penalty. I think that's really helpful to understand and put that out. I learned a lot about how the finding works in regards to warnings. And also I wanted to send a bit of appreciation to everyone that did provide feedback. We got a lot of emails in our inbox, but by and large, they were all respectful and helpful. And I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Yep. Excellent points. Thank you, Councillor. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Yes, so I'm going to be voting in favor of the motions to approve the bylaw. I think that it's really important for us as a community not just to keep our residents safe, but to keep their pets safe and to keep the wildlife that also exists on this landscape safe as well. And when you're dealing with conflicts and emotion, especially around pets, I think things can get more intense sometimes. And when I read this bylaw, what I see, and when Mr. Burt got sort of into the details and sort of into paying attention to just exactly how those words are put together in each segment, and understanding that makes me believe that what we have here in this bylaw is a way to empower our staff and our community to address these types of conflicts and situations far better than before. And so it's a significant improvement. I'm really proud of the work that we've done as a council to listen to the community over the past several days and to find a way forward that also addresses the risk that was present, that was being addressed by the changes in the bylaw that administration was bringing forward. I think that's all really great work that we're doing, and this is a really important bylaw for our community. So I'm glad that we have an updated version. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstad.
I will also be in support of this bylaw. A lot of great work went into it. We've had some good discussion today around it, so keep it short and sweet. I'm just happy to support this one.
Great, thank you. Councillor Mera.
I also, too, would like to thank everybody for all the work that they've done, and I think we do have a great new bylaw or updated bylaw going forward. And to keep it short, as Councillor Hillstad usually says, ditto for everything that's been said before.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. So I'll be supporting this bylaw, and I'm appreciative of the work that went into it and sort of like on-the-fly problem solving. I guess the one thing that was made clear through many of the emails that we received is that, maybe in the future, when it comes time to renew this bylaw, the next time, which is generally every 5 years, that we consider sort of the unsanctioned dog walking professional community and how we can sort of level up those that are providing that service through either training or, training or screening or something like that. Again, I'm not expecting that out of this. I just think that that was something that a thread that I read throughout that might be something we want to look at the next time we renew this bylaw. But I won't be here then.
Okay. Thank you,
So
Councillor.
thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you. I think we've heard from everyone, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give second reading to Animal Control Bylaw 2024-03. Is there anything else that anyone would like to add? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give leave for third reading of Animal Control Bylaw 2024-03. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to Animal Control Bylaw 2024-03. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And we've got one more item, which I believe will be fairly quick, and that is item G4, Tree Protection Bylaw Amendment 2024-09, Fruit Tree Exemption. Mr. Burt.
Hi, my name is Greg Burt, Supervisor of Municipal Enforcement. It's for Ms. Van Gogh.
Yeah.
All right, I've got a 35-page PowerPoint slides here for you. Why amend the tree protection bylaw? I don't think I need to speak any further. Proposed amendments, add the definition.
Did you prepare this one? There's
no,
pictures.
No, this was Ms. Miller's presentation. You can tell by the photos.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah. So proposed amendments, add the definition for fruit-bearing vegetation to match what is in the community standards bylaw, exempt trees that are considered fruit-bearing vegetation from requiring written permission and a tree protection plan, and require notification to the town if fruit-bearing vegetation is removed. We heard about this from the previous presentation. Why is it important the residents notify the town so that we can update the tree locations where they've been removed? Any questions?
There you go. There you go.
The longest to the shortest, how about that?
That's right. Yeah, you averaged out between the two of them about a 25-minute presentation.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Excellent. So now looking to, thank you for that, Mr. Burt.
You're welcome.
And looking to see if there are any questions. Okay. I will then move, thank you very much. I'll then move that council give first reading to Tree Protection Bylaw Amendment 2024-09, Fruit Tree Exemption. I'll certainly support this. This streamlines the process and allows the removal to be much quicker and therefore not a barrier to removal. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Hillstad?
I concur.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? All right, then I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move the council give second reading to Tree Protection Bylaw Amendment 2024-09, Fruit Tree Exemption. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Move the council give leave for third reading to Tree Protection Bylaw Amendment 2024-09, Fruit Tree Exemption. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And finally, I'll move that council give third reading to Tree Protection Bylaw Amendment 2024-09, Fruit Tree Exemption. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And with that, I will move that we adjourn. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.